Chapter 1181. Some people kept vomiting blood, and some people kept trembling all over. That was not all. This wave of Qigong deviation even began to affect those around him who had not made a move. The concentration of devil qi overflowing from the core of the demon continent was beyond imagination. Even if Yang Qin suppressed 90% of its power, the remaining 10% was enough to make these people who had never been exposed to devil qi die on the spot. These demon sect cultivators, who were used to using their divine senses to probe the opponent's figure when they made a move, did the same thing while watching the fun. However, this time, no one thought that as long as the divine senses came into contact with the devil qi, it would lead to disastrous consequences. For a while, the entire mountain gate of Wuji Demon School had become a world of monsters. Everyone had been triggered by the devil qi in their hearts. Some of them spat out blood. Some of them brandished their weapons to slash and kill. Some of them cursed, and it was common for them to fight. The whole mountain gate had directly become a crazy world. Except for Yang Qin, there was no normal person. Yang Qin himself had already walked into the mountain gate and was walking slowly, as if he was enjoying the scenery. The sect naturally knew about the disturbance at the mountain gate immediately. As for what happened here, the senior members of the sect did not know the whole story at all. They only knew that their mountain gate had become a place where even the masters of the Yuanying stage did not dare to use their divine senses easily. Yang Qin did not go too deep inside. As one of the major sect of the demon sect, Wuji Demon School also had a rich heritage, which was comparable to the Taishimen of Taoism. Yang Qin had never thought that he could eradicate Wuji Demon School with his own strength. The purpose of coming here was for Yi Yu, his apprentice, not to fight with Wuji Demon School. If he really went too far and attracted the secret old guys of Wuji Demon School, it would not be worth it. Now that he had attracted enough attention, he would definitely be able to see Yi Jinxiong. Moreover, these guys dared to make things difficult for him when they heard that he was looking for Yi Jinxiong. It was estimated that they were also Yi Jinxiong's enemies. Presumably, Yi Jinxiong would be happy to help him eliminate some of his enemies. Who are you? How dare you behave atrociously at the mountain gate of Wuji Demon School? A calm voice came out, and the voice went straight to everyone's heart. Even those who had been triggered by the heart demons seemed to be suppressed by this voice and began to slowly recover their senses. Just this voice made Yang Qin understand that this was a top master. Yang Qin was not at all surprised that there was such a master in Wuji Demon School. I am Yang Qin of Chunyang Palace. I have an appointment with Elder Yi Jinxiong, and I sincerely hope that Elder Yi can meet me. Yang Qin's words were very polite. To put it bluntly, Yang Qin was here to accept an apprentice, not to fight. After hearing this mysterious voice, the masters at the mountain gate who had triggered the heart demons were forcibly suppressed, and they began to slowly recover. It had to be said that the words of this master were more powerful than all the people at the mountain gate put together. It turns out that Master Yang has come to visit. Everyone in our school is honored by your presence. Please wait for a moment, distinguished guest. The voice replied and did not continue. But this time, no one dared to say anything to Yang Qin. Someone began to inform Yi Jinxiong. Soon, Yang Qin saw Yi Jinxiong. The people at the mountain gate had already been taken care of by the disciples of Wuji Demon School. No one dared to say a word. They were taken back to the mountain gate obediently, and no one knew where they went. Some of the disciples are not sensible. Please forgive them, Master Yang. The first sentence of Yi Jinxiong's meeting was to apologize, and his expression was indescribably strange. He had heard of Yang Qin's name, but now he knew that Yang Qin was the person who had an appointment with him that year. The name of Yang Qin, even in the territory of the dark sect, was widely spread. Not to mention others, just the questioning inner heart pill and the century-old pill were the treasures that many people in the dark sect dreamed of, and these two kinds of pills were all made by Yang Qin. From the moment the mysterious voice mentioned Master Yang, many people had already reacted. Yang Chen of Chuning Palace. Wasn't it the only 5th grade alchemy grandmaster Yang Chen? Only those guys with no brains would be stupid enough to offend such an alchemy grandmaster. It was estimated that the guy who answered at the beginning did not connect the alchemy grandmaster, Yang Chen, with the young Taoist disciple in front of him. The guys who participated in the fight at the mountain gate were all pale when they left. Offending Master Yang, they did not know how much trouble there would be in the future. Many masters in the world were waiting for a few enemies of Master Yang to appear and use their heads to please Yang Chen. At that time, they were really blinded by lard, so they made a move under the temptation of that guy. It was also their own fault. Why didn't they realize that Yang Chen was the alchemy grandmaster in the first place? Of course, no one would have thought that Yang Chen would come to the territory of the dark sect alone and ask to see sect Master Yi at the mountain gate of Wuji Demon School. At this time, Yi Jinxiong had become the sect master of Wuji Demon School, and his cultivation had reached the Deshang stage. After apologizing, he directly used the most solemn etiquette of the sect to welcome Yang Chen into Wuji Demon School. In Wuji Demon School, many people began to think that Yi Jinxiong actually knew the alchemy grandmaster Yang Chen. It seemed that in the future, their relationship with Yi Jinxiong had to be reconsidered. Yi Jinxiong had just grabbed the position of sect master from several candidates, and at least half of the people in the sect were not convinced. With Yang Chen's arrival, it seemed that Yi Jinxiong had a huge bargaining chip. For Yi Jinxiong, Yang Chen's appearance was simply timely rain. He could make use of this to rope in the majority of the disciples who were still wavering. If Yang Chen's life-saving grace was counted, he now owed Yang Chen 2 big favors. Of course, what surprised Yi Jinxiong even more was the birth of Yi Yu. Back then, Yang Chen had said that he wanted to accept one of his sons as a disciple, but Yi Jinxiong did not think much of it. Even though Yi Jinxiong had countless concubines, who could be sure that in the future he would definitely give birth to a son who matched the characteristics that Yang Chen had mentioned. However, Yi Yu had the characteristics that Yang Chen had mentioned in the past. It was also because of Yi Yu's birth that Yi Jinxiong had a whole new level of respect for Yang Chen, who had mentioned this a few hundred years ago. What kind of supernatural power could tell that he would have such a son a few hundred years later? Yi Jinxiong thought that Yang Chen had forgotten about this matter, and he did not take it to heart. However, he did not expect that Yang Chen would come to him right after he took over the sect and had not finished reorganizing it. What made Yi Jinxiong even more embarrassed was that the elder in charge of the mountain gate, who had always been at odds with him, had immediately made a move when he heard that Yang Chen wanted to see Yi Jinxiong. This time, he had greatly offended Yang Chen. Chapter 1182. Yi Jinxiong was also very shocked. At that time, he had made a great oath of the heart demon to meet Yang Chen's requirements. Thinking about it now, he felt a little scared. If he let those people from the mountain gate hurt Yang Chen, or if he let Yang Chen leave, he would be in big trouble. The people of the demon gate knew the power of the great oath of the heart demon best. It was a cultivator who faced difficulties with the heart demon. If he was bound by the great oath of the heart demon, he would have no other way but to die when he passed the heavenly tribulation. With the oath, Yang Chen's life-saving grace, and Yang Chen's identity, Yang Chen simply enjoyed the grandest reception in Wuji Demon School. Except for Yi Jinxiong, the sect master, several vice sect masters, and core elders were all present, which gave him enough face. Everyone knew the significance of having a good relationship with Yang Chen. Not to mention anything else, a century-old pill was enough to give these guys an extra guarantee for their lives in the future. Every disciple of the Demon Gate cherished their lives. Which one of them had a grudge against their own life? Other people did not know the entanglement between Yang Chen and Yi Jinxiong, but the appearance of Yang Chen had already made everyone a little more afraid of Yi Jinxiong. It was not that no one thought of secretly dealing with Yang Chen, but the trick Yang Chen played at the mountain gate of Wuji Demon School scared many people. A puff of black fog directly triggered everyone's heart demon. This kind of ultimate weapon was simply the natural nemesis of the demon gate. Before they were sure, no one dared to act rashly. In addition, there was also Yi Jinxiong. After all, Yi Jinxiong was also the sect master of Wuji Demon School. Even if his position was not stable, at least half of the people still recognized him as the sect master. If his distinguished guest Yang Qin had an accident in the territory of Wuji Demon School, it would be the shame of the entire Wuji Demon School. Who would dare to deal with Wuji Demon School in the future? Even the safety of the sect master's guest could not be guaranteed, let alone the others. Of course, what shocked Yi Jinxiong the most was his son, Yiyu, who had just been born more than 10 years ago. On his foot was the 7-star mole that Yang Qin had mentioned in the past. If it wasn't for Yang Qin's coincidence, the ability to predict the future was simply too terrifying. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Jinxiong had no reason to become enemies with Yang Qin. Even if the two of them were on opposing sides, it did not prevent them from having a personal relationship. No one could care about this. Even the Taishimen had a few elites who were on good terms with the elites from the evil cult, as long as it did not affect the sect. No one would pursue this kind of thing. With Yang Chen's current status in the Dao sect, no one would and would not dare to use this kind of thing to attack Yang Qin. Even if the person who was friends with Yang Qin was the sect master of Wuji Demon School, Yi Jinxiong, who could be said to be a peerless devil, it would not hinder him. The influence of strength and influence was so magical. If it was an insignificant disciple of the Dao sect, he would definitely be labeled as colluding with the evil cult, and then be completely destroyed mentally and physically. This was the difference. Yang Qin did not respond too much to Wuji Demon School's kindness. His purpose for coming was very simple. It was to take away his future disciple, Yiyu. Yi Jinxiong had no objection to this. He had promised this a long time ago, and he had even made a heart demon oath. There was no possibility of him going back on his word. Moreover, the standard of Yang Chen's disciple education was also there. Whether it was Mu Bo or Hanamengyu, they were now well-known figures in the Dao sect. You would only have a better future under his tutelage. With Yi Yu as a link, even if he could not reach a further cooperation with Yang Qin now, there would be a lot of opportunities in the future. On this point, Yi Jinxiong had absolute confidence. The evil cult was not a barren land. It was also rich in resources, and some of them were even exclusive specialties. Yang Qin would definitely use them. With this premise in mind, Yi Jinxiong did not hesitate to call Yi Yu out. There was still a long way to go. Today, there was no need to be too eager to stick to Yang Qin. On this point, after the core elders knew the purpose of Yang Qin's visit, they all had the same idea. There was still a long way to go, and there was no hurry. Yi Yu, who was called out by his father, was also surprised and happy. With Yi Jinxiong's identity, Yi Yu should have been educated to lay the foundation from an early age. Then he would practice the top mental cultivation method of Wuji Demon School and become a new generation of masters in the evil cult. But I don't know why, Yi Jinxiong only taught him the most basic knowledge, but never let him cultivate. This always made Yi Yu feel a little unbalanced in his small heart. He felt that he was discriminated against by his father and was not happy in Wuji Demon School. It was not until today that Yi Yu knew why Yi Jinxiong was like this. It turned out that his future had been predetermined and he was destined to be a person's disciple. In particular, this person was the famous 5th grade alchemist Yang Qin, Master Yang, which made him even more overjoyed. This kind of ecstasy even washed away the division between Dao and demon in his heart and diluted the hidden worry that he might have a conflict with his father in the future. Although Yang Qin came and went in a hurry, it did not prevent him from making another deal with Wuji Demon School. Yang Qin used more than 10-century-old elixirs to exchange for a batch of special medicinal ingredients of the evil cult. He even obtained a 6th grade and a 7th grade demonic fire. It could be said that he returned from a rewarding journey. On the side of Wuji Demon School, they obtained more than 10-century-old elixirs, which meant that at least 10 masters could save their lives at certain critical moments. The strength of Wuji Demon School would also become more and more powerful because of this. Among all these, Yi Jinxiong benefited the most. With the control of the century-old elixirs in his hands, he could easily rope in a group of neutral elders to join his camp. His position as the headmaster would become more and more stable. Regarding the position of the headmaster of Wuji Demon School, what happened in reality was slightly different from what Yang Qin remembered. Back then, Yi Jinxiong was forced to recuperate for more than 100 years, so he had already lost the opportunity to fight for the position of headmaster. He only became an elder. However, in this life, because of Yang Chen's help, he saved 100 years and became the headmaster. Yang Chen did not know how Wuji Demon School would develop in the future. After all, what happened to Wuji Demon School had nothing to do with Yang Chen. Yang Chen only cared about Yi Yu. Now that Yi Yu had become his disciple, Yang Chen would not worry about whether Wuji Demon School would rise or fall in the future. As for Yi Yu, the younger generation would have their own fortune. Moreover, he was just a disciple. As long as he did not betray his master, Yang Chen would not do anything to him. Since he had finished his business in the evil cult's territory, Yang Chen did not delay and directly set foot on the road back. Yi Yu was temporarily placed in the pure bottle her garden. Like Hannah Mengyu in the past, he was first influenced by the medicinal aura of the elixirs. When he returned to the sect, he would be taught. After flying at a high speed for a while, Yang Chen suddenly stopped strangely. Chapter 1183. Boom! Without any warning, the location where Yang Chen was located suddenly began to explode. The power of the violent explosion was almost all concentrated on Yang Chen's body, and the momentum was enough to destroy the heavens and the earth. The shuttle was put away by Yang Chen in an instant, and the shadow of the golden bell appeared on the surface of his body. 3 dragon shadows flew up and down around Yang Chen's body. Whether it was the debris brought by the explosion or the spiritual power attack of the explosion itself, it was blocked outside Yang Chen's body, and it did not hurt Yang Chen at all. "You have some skills." Suddenly, a woman's voice came from a place where there was nothing around. It was just a sentence of praise, and then a large wave of attacks covered the sky and covered the earth. Yin Yang Demon School. Yang Chen's 9th grade human immortal spiritual awareness almost instantly discovered the identity of the people around him. Even if their figures were hidden under the shield of the formation, they could not escape the scan of Yang Chen's spiritual awareness. The huge gap in strength was by no means able to make up for the shielding formation of a mortal world. Although this formation made even a peak Deshang stage master and even a master of the 1st grade human immortal who had just ascended were helpless, this did not prevent Yang Chen from discovering it easily. Yin Yang Demon School could be said to have sent out all the elites this time. Only Yang Chen's spiritual awareness could detect that there were 13 masters of the Deshang stage around him, and there were dozens of Yuanying stage masters, men and women. All of them came up to kill him without even saying a word. In an instant, Yang Chen realized who was making a move. With such momentum, it seemed that no one could organize it except for Lady Fanghua. The myriad red spirit law was still missing the last chance to kill Yang Chen. After killing Yang Chen, she would enter the great perfection realm. Otherwise, she could only be completely fascinated by Yang Chen and willingly become Yang Chen's vassal and lover. As for the cultivation realm, it could only be a level lower than the great perfection realm. Lady Fanghua was very ambitious. She didn't have a chance before, but now that she had passed the tribulation, she would never be willing to become a vassal of Yang Chen. She would do everything possible to kill Yang Chen. This could be seen from the fact that she had attacked twice in a row after having sex with Yang Chen. In that situation, Lady Fanghua couldn't kill Yang Chen, so she could only ask for help. No matter what, he had to take a gamble. If he could not kill Yang Chen now, the gap between them would only grow wider in the future. Thus, the earlier he acted, the higher his chances of success would be. Lady Fanghua must have the same thought, which was why she chose this timing. As for how Lady Fanghua convinced these masters of the sect, there was no need to ask. The spirit stones and resources that Yang Qin gave her to develop her own force must have become the reward for these masters of Yin Yang Demon School to act. Wasn't this lifting a rock and dropping it on his own feet? Yang Chen wanted to cry and laugh, but he also admired Lady Fenghua's perseverance. If the first time didn't work, then the second time didn't work, and the third time didn't work. No wonder Lady Fanghua was also doing well in the demon sect. It wasn't without reason. Yang Qin didn't think too much about the more reasons, and this was not the time for him to think too much. The golden bell shook violently, and a melodious bell sound came out from Yang Chen's body. It carried a huge and unbelievable pressure, and it spread to the surroundings. The attack against the spiritual awareness was almost unavoidable. There was no other way but to use his own cultivation base to resist it. The surrounding masters of Yin Yang Demon School were all shocked by this bell sound. More than a dozen Yuanying stage masters with lower cultivation bases fainted directly to the ground. Strangely, most of the masters of Yin Yang Demon School seemed to be only affected by the bell sound, and then they adapted and still launched the strongest attack against Yang Qin. Under the blessing of the formation, the attacks of the 13 masters of the Deshang stage fell solidly on the golden bell of Yang Qin. Buzz, there was another earth-shaking bell sound. But this time it was not Yang Chen's initiative, but the sound of the golden bell shaking those attacks. Even if the attacks had fallen one after another, Yang Qin still couldn't see anyone with his naked eyes, but his spiritual awareness could clearly find the position of the enemy. It had to be said that this formation was indeed unique. It was the most suitable for ambush attacks. The strength of the masters of Yin Yang Demon School was also vividly shown after the 2 bell sounds. According to Yang Chen's estimation, the golden bell's current attack against the spiritual awareness, even the ordinary masters of the middle Deshang stage could not bear it, and the dozens of people around him, except for the dozen with the lowest cultivation base, the rest were all safe and sound. After discovering this, Yang Chen just sneered, and the golden bell once again made an earth-shaking bell sound. Along with the sound of the bell, there was a powerful emperor's aura, which instantly spread to the surrounding dozens of feet. In the empty environment, a series of exclamations suddenly sounded. All the cultivators within dozens of feet, except for Yang Qin, were all beaten down a small realm. Those who came were all experts. After noticing this change, they all cried out in surprise. The difficulty of Yang Qin was probably above their expectations, but all the masters of Yin Yang Demon School did not retreat. What a joke! To deal with a junior in the early Yuanying stage. If 13 masters of the Deshang stage, plus dozens of Yuanying stage masters, still had to escape, would Yin Yang Demon School still have the face to mix in the demon sects? Now the only thing they had to pay attention to was to prevent Yang Qin from swallowing the 100-year pill in a critical moment. As long as they could do this, with so many masters, they could grind Yang Qin to death. After all, Yang Qin was just an alchemist master, and they had never heard of how fierce his fighting skills were. Among the 13 masters of the Deshang stage, Yang Qin did not find the figure of Lady Fanghua. Presumably, she was hiding in an unknown place to observe the results, but it was certainly not too far away. Otherwise, Yang Chen's trace would not be so easy to find. The guy who came to die, Yang Chen would not have the slightest mercy. After the bell attack, Xiao Tian opened his hand, and the beheading immortal blade appeared in Yang Chen's hand. Its tail curled and wrapped around Yang Chen's wrist. The fierce and incomparable beheading immortal blade finally appeared in front of ordinary cultivators for the first time after the tempering was completed. The blade light fiercely drew a bright curve, cutting off a flying sword that had just appeared and cutting a stone shield into 2 halves. The blade momentum did not stop and crossed another space. The blade light flashed, and in the originally empty place, suddenly there was a bloody light, and then two human bodies suddenly appeared out of thin air. In the midst of the blood spurting, a guy with a strong and incredible expression on his face appeared in Yang Chen's field of vision. Yang Chen's backhand was another knife. On the forehead of the guy, just a small figure appeared, and it was cut by this knife, making a shrill scream, and instantly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1184. One of the characteristics of the Yin-Yang Demon School, in addition to double cultivation, was that the spiritual awareness cultivation base was generally strong. This could be seen from Lady Fanghua. Lady Fanghua, who had just been promoted to the Deshang stage, was able to launch a late Deshang stage spiritual awareness attack against Yang Chen. This was entirely because of the characteristics of the Yin-Yang Demon School's cultivation method. It was also because the Yin-Yang Demon School attached great importance to the cultivation of spiritual awareness that they paid attention to all kinds of means to enhance the spiritual awareness. Therefore, Lady Fanghua knew about the Devil Heart Sutra. If Li Liheng was simply pursuing the improvement of the spiritual awareness cultivation base, the Yin-Yang Demon School was a good choice. However, if he also wanted to cultivate the spiritual awareness cultivation method, there would be a conflict, and the Devil Heart Sutra was probably the only demon cultivation method that would not bring about conflict. The master of the Deshang stage of the Yin-Yang Demon School in front of him, under the situation of being cut by the Immortal beheading blade, was still not scared and was still trying to escape with his primordial spirit. Of course, Yang Chen had been suppressing the power of the Immortal beheading blade, but it had to be said that his will had been tough to a certain extent. It was a pity that when he met Yang Chen, he did not give him any chance to escape at all, and ended it with a backhand knife. The reason why he did not want to exert the full power of the Immortal beheading blade was that Yang Chen was also worried that once the Immortal beheading blade unscrupulously exuded killing intent, it would be regarded as a target to eliminate demons and defend the Tao. It must be known that many people in the Tao sects were looking for various excuses to get benefits from Yang Chen. If they were given this excuse, not to mention Yang Chen, even Chunyang Palace would probably be implicated. Yang Chen made his move on this side, and he did not intend to let anyone go. The blade cut the nearest one, and his left hand had already grabbed a flying sword that was slashed over. As soon as he exerted his strength, the good flying sword was directly grasped by Yang Chen's hand into a twist shape. Not far away, a miserable shriek rang out. The fellow whose life magic treasure was destroyed had his spiritual sense severely injured, and he fell limp to the ground. In just 2 seconds, Yang Chen's body had been attacked by dozens of magic treasures again. The golden bell flickered incessantly, and the 3 dragon shadows flew up and down. It was unknown how many attacks they had blocked. Even though they had already lost 2 experts, the onlookers were not discouraged. Instead, they became even more spirited. The casualties of their companions were nothing. Those who came from the Devil's sect did not have much awareness of being united against a common enemy. They believed that the fewer people who got the spoils of war, the better. The golden bell that appeared on Yang Chen's body was obviously the best of the best. It allowed Yang Chen to block the attacks of so many Deshang stage and Yuanying stage masters in the early Yuanying stage, and he could also use the bell to fight back. Having personally experienced the power of the bell, everyone naturally knew how powerful such a magic treasure, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, would be if it was in their hands. If he could refine it into a natal magic treasure, he would no longer have to worry about being able to dominate the world. The greed in everyone's eyes was even more intense than before. If it was said that it was because of the reward given by Lady Fanghua before, then now even if there were no such benefits, they would do it themselves. The good things on Yang Chen's body were simply surprising, not to mention all kinds of medicinal pills. Just this golden bell, plus the beheading immortal blade that could easily cut off the first master's flying sword, was worth everyone's old life. One by one, they instantly took out their hidden skills and greeted Yang Chen's side. The eroding bone evil spirit, peach blossom divine miasma, blood transformation demonic technique, almost wrapped Yang Chen. In the surrounding space, there was a burst of ecstasy that penetrated into everyone's ears, making people feel that their blood vessels were swelling and they couldn't control themselves. Needless to say, this was the most basic and powerful means of yin-yang demon school. Under the influence of the ecstasy, demonic sound, even if it was a Taoist teacher for many years, he would be provoked and his heart would rise. It was simply the best means of interference in battle. More than a dozen Yuanying stage masters hidden in the dark, who presided over the formation, also exerted their strength and urged the formation to the extreme. All the attacks could almost increase the power by a few times in order to completely seal Yangchen. Yin-Yang Demon School could become one of the major sects of the demon sects, and it was by no means an undeserved reputation. With these means of attack, even if Yangchen was strong, he had to take a defensive position first. Even if his current spiritual awareness cultivation base was high and his spiritual power was pure. After all, he was only in the early Yuanying stage. Only a fool would do this to face so many people head-on. However, this did not mean that Yang Chen had no means to fight back. The bell kept buzzing, constantly attacking everyone's spiritual awareness, and Yang Chen himself was like a phantom, his figure constantly flashing. Even the few guys who presided over the formation could not always lock the position of Yang Chen. At this time, the best way was to break them one by one. Those with relatively lower cultivation bases became victims, especially those who had fainted after being attacked by the bell. In the fierce battle, no one could take care of them. The only thing they could do was not to hit them when they were down. It was already good that they didn't take the opportunity to stab them, and they still hoped to take care of them. Therefore, these poor guys were still lying in the original place and remained unconscious. Yang Chen's figure first appeared in the place where these people were, and wherever he went, heads fell to the ground. No one would pity these guys. They were all overconfident guys. They heard that there were a lot of benefits, and they wanted to please Lady Fanghua. They didn't look at their own weight and ran over. They deserved to die. When it was time to share the benefits, there were a few fewer people, and everyone could get more. Next, it was also the Yuanying stage masters. These guys were not stunned by the bell, and they were quite commendable in terms of spiritual awareness. Unfortunately, they met Yang Chen. Although Yang Chen was hiding and looked embarrassed, his figure was extremely fast, and few people could keep up with him. Every time he flashed, he was like a ghost, and when he arrived in front of the opponent, he would cut down regardless of anything. No matter what the opponent used to resist, whether it was the flying sword or the body-protecting magic weapon, it was the result of a cut. Naturally, the body was also cut in half by Yang Chen. Just as the formation slowly shrank, further compressing the space of Yang Chen's activities, including the original unconscious. At least nearly 30 Yuanying stage masters were killed by Yang Chen. The rest, including the one who presided over the battle, there were only 11 Deshang stage masters, plus more than 30 Yuanying stage masters. The master of the Deshang stage, who had his life source flying sword destroyed, was also killed by Yang Chen in the chaos. But everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Chen had been compressed into a small space. No matter how he escaped, he always had to face a few enemies. Chapter 1185. At this point, the masters of Yin-Yang Demon School were finally happy. Yang Chen was now unable to escape, and everyone seemed to be thinking about how to divide the spoils. Yang Chen's figure finally stopped moving at high speed. Such a small space was meaningless. There were enemies in front and behind, and he had to face the attacks of several people at any time. Just when the onlookers were in high spirits, an unforeseen event suddenly happened. A black mist suddenly burst out around Yang Chen's body. With a boom, the black mist directly filled the entire formation space. Because the formation space had been compressed to a very small range, it was just enough for so many people to have a little bit of dodging and moving without interfering with each other. Yang Chen's black mist burst out so suddenly that everyone didn't think about this trick at all, and all of them were swept into the black mist in an instant. The masters of Yin Yang Demon School had a very strong spiritual awareness cultivation base, which Yang Chen was already well aware of. Therefore, the power of the 9 nether flying sword was deliberately released by Yang Chen by 20%. 20% of the power, even a master at the peak of the Mahayana realm, could not bear it. Many masters who had been training in the demon continent for hundreds of years did not dare to easily come into contact with this level of demonic qi, let alone these masters who had been enjoying a peaceful life in the territory of the demon sect. No matter how much the demon sect paid attention to the law of the jungle, no matter how fierce the competition was, it was still many times worse than the environment on the demon continent, where one carelessness could end up in pieces. As soon as the demonic qi came out, all the guys who were surrounded by the demonic qi were immediately affected. The guys of Yin Yang Demon School were originally from the demon sect, so naturally they would also encounter a lot of demonic tribulations in the process of cultivation. Under normal circumstances, if 2 people dual cultivated, relying on a unique method, they could still resist together, but at this moment there was no such opportunity. In the middle of the battle, if the heart demon suddenly broke out and they went crazy, no matter how strong the master was, they could not maintain the battle. A few smart people turned around and fled. But unfortunately, in order to restrict the space of Yang Chen's activities, the formation actually included everyone in the formation. Hong, the guy who was the first to escape, directly hit the edge of the formation and was immediately attacked by the formation. Suddenly suffering from qi deviation, his mind was in chaos, and even his spiritual power was in disorder. How could he resist the attack of such a powerful array? He was directly blown into a pile of minced meat by the array. Yang Chen did not hold back at all. The reason he released the 9 nether flying sword was to kill everyone who surrounded him in one fell swoop. How could he hold back? Yang Chen's speed was fast to begin with. With the 9 abyss flying sword enveloping him, he was able to swing his saber continuously without any hindrance. In just a few breaths' time, all the experts in the array had been turned into corpses. The 2nd wood blood phantom vine flying sword has been loaded into the immortal beheading blade. The blood of the guy who was beheaded by Yang Chen directly became the tonic of the blood phantom vine flying sword and was absorbed cleanly. Because of this, although there were a lot of corpses at the scene, there was strangely not much blood. Such a strange scene made people's scalps go numb. Overestimating yourself. Yang Chen snorted very disdainfully and put away the 9 nether flying sword and the immortal beheading blade and began to harvest the spoils leisurely. The guys who presided over the array, as long as they were not fools, would no longer have any fluke mentality. If they fled quickly, there would be a glimmer of life. Otherwise, they would die without a burial place. All the Qingquan bags were gathered together by Yang Chen and collected. These people probably couldn't believe it until they died. They received a lot of rewards from Lady Fanghua, and they didn't even have the chance to enjoy it, and they turned into corpses. At this moment, the enemies had been completely destroyed, and even the enemies on the periphery had fled. Yang Chen had put away his weapons and collected the spoils. When his mind was the most relaxed, a fierce attack suddenly came. The siege array did not disperse, it had been maintained. But at this moment, it suddenly exploded. The array that could besiege more than a dozen masters of the Deshang stage. The power of the explosion was simply like the sky falling and the earth cracking, and Yang Chen was swept in. Yang Chen didn't even have time to call out the golden bell, and the power of the explosion had already reached his body. Hidden in the explosion from the ground, the sword went straight to the lower body of Yang Chen. This was the real killing move. A series of attacks, choosing the most appropriate time, the most unexpected means. All the purposes were to kill Yang Chen. Being able to make such a painstaking effort, even exposing himself in the explosion range of the array, there was no one else but Lady Fanghua. However, the killing move that Lady Fanghua had carefully designed, when it met Yang Chen, it seemed that everything had been expected and did not achieve the purpose of making Yang Chen panic and even unable to resist. Yang Chen's big hand stretched down and had already grabbed the flying sword, and the other hand stretched forward, and the palm had already pinched a smooth and soft body. With a little effort, the charming body was picked up by Yang Chen and quickly pulled back into his arms. Subsequently, Yang Chen's body squatted slightly and curled up, protecting the person who was caught by him in front of his chest. The power of the explosion of the array reached the body at this time. After a series of soul-stirring sounds, Yang Chen's curled-up body slowly straightened up. The woman who was caught by Yang Chen saw the surrounding situation clearly at this time. On Yang Chen's body, the robe had been blown to pieces, leaving only a small part still hanging on his body, like a beggar's dress that had been worn for a long time, or even worse than a beggar's dress. However, Yang Chen's body was not injured at all. The power of the explosion, which was like a landslide, did not cause any substantial damage to Yang Chen. The woman who was caught by Yang Chen was Lady Fanghua. At this moment, her face was full of shock, but there was also a kind of joy and excitement, and at the same time there was a kind of regret and puzzlement. The contradictory expression on the beautiful woman's face was very moving. How is this possible? Lady Fanghua could not believe her eyes. With that kind of power, if it were her, even if she did not die, she would have lost half of her life. However, there was no horizontal force on Yang Chen's body. How could Lady Fanghua not be shocked? Yang Chen did not care how shocked Lady Fanghua was at the moment. He sat on a big stone left by the explosion and pulled with his big hand. Lady Fanghua's delicate body involuntarily lay on Yang Chen's lap. Then Yang Chen raised his palm and slapped Lady Fanghua's buttocks without any explanation. Pa, 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 a series of spanking sounds sounded. Lady Fanghua's face was flushed, and her mouth also made a burst of charming moans. This is the third time. Yang Chen's voice sounded along with the sound of the big hand falling. Fanghua, I don't want it to happen again. Chapter 1186. Lady Fanghua said that after the cultivation of the myriad colors spirit method, if you can't kill your lover 3 times, it will also be perfect. Although it is not comparable to the realm of great perfection, it is also a step further than the current realm. This was the 3rd time, and it was the last time Yang Chen promised. If Lady Fanghua still had the intention to kill, Yang Chen would not leave this scourge. Yang Chen did not think about how to manage the demon's sections. This was just the right time to meet Lady Fanghua, but he did not intend to take this as an important thing. This slave will never dare again. Although Lady Fanghua was still leaning on Yang Chen's legs and could not see Yang Chen's face, she could also guess Yang Chen's current expression. She said this very softly, then her body was light and she was pulled up by Yang Chen. After being spanked by Yang Chen several times, Lady Fanghua's face was flushed and her eyes seemed to be dripping water. There was no regret on her face that she could not kill Yang Chen, only a strong joy. It must be said that just a few times, the speed of the face change really made the best actress in the world feel ashamed. You really don't dare? Yang Chen asked again with a fierce face. Lady Fanghua's head was in a mess, and before she could even answer, her body began to change. Countless huge spiritual powers from all directions seemed to have encountered a strong suction, and they quickly gathered towards Lady Fanghua. Lady Fanghua's body, like a whale sucking water, madly absorbed these spiritual powers, and her cultivation base rose sharply. In just a short time, the spiritual power absorbed had pushed Lady Fanghua to the middle Desheng stage. After absorbing the mixed spiritual power of Yang Chen before, Lady Fanghua was already at the peak of the early Desheng stage, but now, in a very short time, she broke through again. Not only the spiritual power changed, but even the spiritual awareness cultivation base had improved. In a short time, Lady Fanghua's sea of consciousness seemed to have condensed a bit, and her spiritual awareness cultivation base rushed to the peak Desheng stage. All these changes happened when Lady Fanghua sat on Yang Chen's lap. Lady Fanghua did not avoid Yang Chen, so Yang Chen could naturally detect it clearly. At this point, how could Yang Chen not understand that Lady Fanghua had failed to kill him 3 times, and her cultivation of myriad colors spirit method had entered the realm of perfection? Such a change was more useful than 100 words of assurance from Lady Fanghua. This fully showed that Lady Fanghua did not lie before. At least after experiencing this assassination attempt, she must have made a heart oath to be loyal to Yang Chen, so she would no longer have any killing intent. For the time being, Yang Chen recognized the loyalty of Lady Fanghua. However, the means of the demon sex, Yang Chen was sometimes not particularly clear, so he was still a little wary in his heart. How can it be so fast? Lady Fanghua was puzzled after everything was done. Why is it so fast? Yang Chen asked casually, isn't your demon sex cultivation method about speed? It's not the speed of our Tao sex old ox pulling a cart. Is there anything abnormal? If it's just the realm of perfection, this slave's cultivation base should not have broken through the middle Deshang stage. Lady Fanghua certainly would not hide it from Yang Chen and quickly replied. Then she immediately reacted and said with surprise, this slave knows this is because of the spiritual power that this master gave to this slave. The spiritual power that Lady Fanghua absorbed last time, although it was the mixed spiritual power that Yang Chen did not want. After all, it was the original spiritual power that had been condensed by Yang Chen, and it was the 10 great yin and yang 5 elements spirit power. The quality was far higher than that of Lady Fanghua's cultivation. Therefore, even if it was only a part of Yang Chen's spiritual power, it still pushed Lady Fanghua to the peak of the early Deshang stage. It was because of this powerful help that Lady Fanghua's cultivation base could quickly break through the early Deshang stage in such a short time and enter the middle Deshang stage. This was an unexpected surprise. Lady Fanghua always thought that the realm of perfection would at most let her reach the peak of the early Deshang stage. It must be known that this was already a jaw-dropping speed. She had just been promoted to the Deshang stage, and it had only been a few days, and she had broken through a small realm. Even if it was placed on the demon sect disciples, this kind of cultivation growth seemed to be a bit fast. Lady Fanghua looked at Yang Chen's ragged clothes and immediately took out a set of men's robes from her chinkuan bag and waited on Yang Chen to change. All the movements she made were full of tenderness and sweetness, as if a little woman was changing clothes for her husband. Yang Chen enjoyed the service of Lady Fanghua with a clear conscience, until she served everything. Yang Chen checked the surroundings. No other figures were found. Yang Chen asked, so many people came out. Only you went back. Is there any trouble? There is no trouble. Lady Fanghua replied, quickly, these people are the guys who used to deal with me in the sect. I used me as bait and spent a lot of money to invite them to do it. If it succeeds, everything will be fine. If it fails, it is because they are not skilled enough. Lady Fanghua cultivated the glamorous spiritual method. Presumably, the sect must know. She was so determined to kill Yang Chen, and these people also knew the reason. Anyway, they could make a lot of money from Lady Fanghua. If they succeeded, they could also add a master of perfection to the yin-yang demon school. This kind of business the sect was naturally willing to do. It was just that no one would have thought that Yang Chen would be so powerful. So many people couldn't do anything to Yang Chen, and they were all killed by Yang Chen. If the core executives of the yin-yang demon school knew the result, they didn't know how distressed they would be. 13 masters of the Deshang stage, plus dozens of Yuanying stage, in any sect, it was a force that could not be ignored. Such a powerful force was enough to destroy the Chunyang Palace countless times before Yang Chen joined. But they were all destroyed in the hands of Yang Chen in this battle. Lady Fanghua knew that Yang Chen was powerful, but she didn't know Yang Chen's real trump card. Yang Chen was still so powerful after she absorbed so much spiritual power, which made Lady Fanghua a little afraid. However, Lady Fanghua was also a number 1 figure. When she returned to the sect, She immediately took out all the resources given by Yang Qin to kill Yang Qin. For Lady Fanghua, after killing Yang Qin, she would be in the great perfection realm. Those worldly possessions were not worth mentioning, and there would be time to slowly accumulate them in the future. If they couldn't kill Yang Qin, then these people would be unlucky. Anyway, these guys were guys who didn't deal with Lady Fanghua. Their death would also be of great benefit to Lady Fanghua. At least Lady Fanghua reached the great perfection realm. Although there was a slight deficiency, she was also a little master of the sect. Coupled with the loss of so many masters, Lady Fanghua joining the core of the sect was also expected. Chapter 1187. Whether it succeeds or fails, Lady Fanghua will benefit from it. It can't be denied that this witch's mind is also very calculative. The current situation is advantageous to Yang Qin, so Yang Qin certainly won't mind. Now that Lady Fanghua has completely surrendered, Yang Qin, of course, still focused on comforting her. These things, you can take them back and use them. Yang Qin took out all the Qinkuan bags of dozens of experts collected and placed them in front of Lady Fanghua. I only want medicinal herbs, the rest is yours. Lady Fanghua looked at Yang Qin, who was not stingy to take out all the spoils of war, and there were ripples in her beautiful eyes. Her heart was already tied to Yang Qin. How could she not understand that this was her lover's heart? She was so happy that she almost shouted out loud. Fortunately, her divine awareness cultivation was enough, so she didn't lose her composure on the spot. Even so, Lady Fanghua still plunged into Yang Qin's arms, enjoying the warmth of Yang Qin's embrace, smelling the strong masculine scent of Yang Qin, and couldn't help herself. She just felt that her heart was floating in the air. There was no woman in this world who was happier than herself. This myriad colors spiritual method of the demon sex was indeed strange. It could actually affect the matter of love. It couldn't be said that it was quite evil. Yang Qin really enjoyed the unreserved love of Lady Fanghua, which made him even feel a little embarrassed. On the battlefield, there were corpses everywhere. Such a place was, of course, a bit of a spoiler. Yang Qin directly left with Lady Fanghua on the shuttle. Fanghua, your cultivation is growing too fast. Will there be any impact? Yang Qin asked worriedly. The little woman who had been curled up in his arms and didn't want to leave, the elder of Yin Yang Demon School, the world-famous Lady Fanghua, was now like a tamed kitten, comfortably enjoying Yang Qin's caress, and didn't want to leave Yang Qin's embrace for even a moment. After I go back, I'll go into seclusion for a period of time. It won't affect me much. Lady Fanghua was immersed in her lover's tryst. How could she care about her own cultivation? The cultivation of the Devil Gate had its own uniqueness. Yang Qin could not say that his cultivation method would be suitable for everyone. In this regard, he could not help Lady Fanghua. Even though they were dual cultivators, the two of them seemed unable to work together. The Tao and the demonic Tao were irreconcilable, not just in terms of words and standpoint, but also in terms of cultivation. However, there was one thing that was good for both sides. Yang Qin had just discovered this. For his own woman, Yang Qin would not be stingy at all. Fanghua, when you have sex with me in the future, use your move to collect yang to replenish yin. Absorb as much as you can. It's good for both of us. Yang Qin bowed his head and instructed the woman in his arms with an intoxicated face. She could absorb his mixed spiritual power and bring Yang Qin supreme physical enjoyment. It was killing two birds with one stone. Of course, it would continue in the future. Don't. This slave will not harm this lord. Madame Fanghua was uncharacteristically shaking her head directly into a rattledrum. She did not agree. In the past, she couldn't wait to tear Yang Qin's body into pieces. But now she didn't want Yang Qin to lose a hair. Be obedient. Yang Qin's arms tightened as if warning the witch. Believe me, it's good for both of us. Lady Fanghua was also a master and smart person. She carefully pondered over Yang Qin's words. From Yang Chen's performance, after she absorbed the spiritual power, she seemed to understand something. Finally, she no longer insisted and nodded with joy. What a joke! Such a good thing. Good for you. Good for everyone who wouldn't be happy. Speaking of which, what is the difference between your great perfection realm and the perfect realm? Yang Chen was also very interested in Lady Fenghua's myriad red spiritual method. Of course, he had to find ways to help his own woman. He couldn't let her keep trudging in this imperfect cultivation direction. I don't know, this spiritual method is rarely practiced by people. Lady Fenghua couldn't wait to squeeze into Yang Chen's arms and become one with him. She curled up into a ball with her arms and legs coiled on Yang Chen's body. She didn't want to be separated from him for a moment. She answered in an intoxicated state, "It's probably nothing more than the way to cut off feelings and character." After Yang Chen carefully pondered for a while, he said slowly, "Kill me, and you will naturally have no worries. Cut off feelings and character, and nothing can bother you anymore. No matter how strong the inner demon is, it won't have much impact on you." As he said, he patted Lady Fenghua's, but in displeasure. "Why don't you know? Are you afraid that I will be angry after knowing?" After her thoughts were exposed by Yang Chen, Lady Fenghua didn't resist. She just followed Yang Chen's punishment and rubbed on Yang Chen's body twice, tacitly agreeing with Yang Chen's words. "I understand now." Yang Chen suddenly became spirited, and his tone was much more excited. "Fenghua, you don't have to feel regret. You don't need such a great perfection." "Master, why is that?" When Yang Chen said this, Lady Fenghua was also curious. She raised her head and asked in confusion. This concerned her own cultivation. No matter how much Lady Fenghua was affected by the spiritual method and her heart was for Yang Chen, she couldn't help but be interested. After killing your lover, you will no longer be tied down by worldly affairs. However, it will only make you more resolute towards everything. There will be no more worries. Yang Chen said quickly, "It seems to be resolute and courageous, but there is no hope in my heart. I can only go on a dark road. This kind of cultivation, sometimes it is powerful, but in the moment of despair, because there is no possibility of turning back, I can only die." When these words came out, Lady Fenghua couldn't help but fall into deep thought. She was the person with the most right to speak about the 1,000 glamorous spiritual method. Yang Chen's words could coincide with her cultivation. If your lover is alive, the situation is different. Yang Chen paused for a while and waited for Lady Fenghua to digest what he said before continuing. At any time, there's hope in the heart to reunite. As long as there is this hope, it is the greatest courage. It can allow you to overcome all the troubles in front of you. Both are extremely emotional. One is just reminiscing and longing, while the other wants to overcome all obstacles to reunite. You decide for yourself which is better. Yang Chen's words actually referred to his previous life's experience. In his previous life, his master committed suicide. Although Yang Chen always had the thought of revenge, every time he thought about the scene of his master dying, his heart would be in pain. His master died for him. This was similar to the situation of the 1,000 glamorous spiritual method killing his lover. This life was completely different. At least in Yang Chen's heart, to let his master live a better life, to let his master stay by his side, the energy that he exploded out wasn't as simple as the memories of his previous life. The hope of life and the despair of death were two completely different states of mind. Chapter 1188. Lady Fenghua had been listening to Yang Chen's words, and she would frown from time to time. Yang Chen's words were completely different from what she had seen and heard since she started cultivating the 1,000 colors spiritual technique. To put it bluntly, Yang Chen had simply subverted Lady Fenghua's concept of the 1,000 colors spiritual technique. What was the point of saying that the great perfection realm was inferior to the small perfection realm? But what Yang Chen said did make sense sometimes. At least Lady Fenghua felt that if she was trapped between life and death, in order to meet Yangchen again, the burst of energy would definitely be much stronger than Yangchen living in her heart. But this 1,000 colors spiritual technique was passed down by the seniors in the sect. Could it be that the seniors in her sect were wrong? This was simply impossible. Yangchen didn't really understand the 1,000 colors spiritual technique at all. So how could he understand the profoundness in it? If replaced by any other person, saying this to Madame Fanghua, it was estimated that Madame Fanghua would directly kill the other party. The problem was that Lady Fanghua loved Yangchen so much that she didn't want to go against Yangchen at all. She might have to think about Yangchen's words carefully. Yangchen also understood that it was impossible to change Lady Fanghua's hundreds and thousands of years of relationship in a day. This wasn't a cultivation technique that could make her fall in love with someone instantly. Some things were better to let nature take its course and let her comprehend it herself. After all, Yangchen didn't really understand the mental cultivation technique of the demon sect, so he couldn't give more pointers to Lady Fanghua. Although Lady Fanghua was still skeptical, a seed of thinking was already planted in her heart. For a long time to come, she would carefully consider the logic in this. The 1,000 colors spirit technique that the seniors cultivated had all reached the great perfection realm. No one had just cultivated it to the small perfection realm. The lovers that the seniors found weren't all as strong as Yangchen. In Yangchen's flying shuttle, Lady Fanghua served Yangchen and enjoyed the bliss of love until Yangchen once again sent Lady Fanghua to the vicinity of Yin Yang Demon School. Lady Fanghua once again watched Yangchen's figure leave with an infatuated look. Tears of reluctance flowed from her eyes. This separation in front of her was completely different from the previous one. Madame Fanghua only felt that her most important things had been far away from herself, and in her heart there was a large, empty space. This feeling of longing made Lady Fanghua reconsider Yangchen's words. This time, Madame Fanghua suddenly understood a little bit. With tears in her eyes, there was a little more light in a flash. Finally, after watching the figure disappear completely, Lady Fanghua rushed back to the sect at the fastest speed. Then, regardless of anything else, she began to retreat without saying a word. In the pure bottle her garden, Yiyu witnessed the battle in which Yangchen killed dozens of masters. This was deliberately done by Yangchen. He just wanted Yiyu to feel the ruthlessness of the world of cultivators. Of course, Yangchen actually did this a bit superfluous. Yi Jinxiong's son grew up in Wuji Demon School. How could he not understand this? But it was not without any effect. At least Yiyu had thoroughly understood that Yangchen was definitely the most powerful master he had ever seen. Even if he had not cultivated, Yiyu was also very knowledgeable. The masters of Yin Yang Demon School, killed by Yangchen, were all names that Yiyu could call out. So many masters of the Deshang stage could not even last a few rounds under Yangchen. This master was definitely a real master. After this battle, Yiyu no longer had any resistance to becoming a disciple of Yangchen. He obediently followed Yangchen's instructions and accepted the influence of medicine in the herb garden. Once he returned to the sect, he would enter the Ishio villa to cultivate from the beginning. After the matter of the demon sect was over, Yangchen did not return directly to the sect. Instead, he rushed to the Blue Cloud sect first. The ultimate demonized vine was first given to Sun Qingxue so that she could start to integrate and absorb it. At first, Yangchen did not intend to give the ultimate demonized vine to Sun Qingxue. His original plan was to use the ultimate demonized vine to strengthen the Blood Phantom Vine Flying Sword. Presumably, after the two were combined, the Blood Phantom Vine Flying Sword would be more powerful. However, later, after Yangchen experienced a worldly experience, he had new insights. The Blood Phantom Vine Flying Sword did not need such strengthening. As long as the original characteristics of the Blood Phantom Vine Flying Sword were maintained, it would naturally strengthen and upgrade. This was actually very easy. As long as blood was constantly used to nourish the blood phantom vine flying sword, this second flying sword would become stronger and stronger, even without other methods. Although strengthening it with the ultimate demonized vine would make the blood phantom vine flying sword stronger and sharper, these two characteristics were not needed for the second flying sword, one of the great yin-yang 5 elements flying sword. The sharpness was enough as long as the immortal beheading blade was used. After all, the blood phantom vine flying sword was still one of the sword souls in the sword sheath. The purer the spiritual power cultivation, the better. In fact, this principle also has the same effect on the flying sword magic weapon. The more comprehensive you want to pursue, the things you get will only be one thing, and the advantages will not be prominent. This was the conclusion Yang Qin got from Li Cheng's performance after his experience in the world of mortals. Although Li Cheng only pointed out that the cultivation should be pure, but such a simple analogy, Yang Qin didn't figure it out until decades after leaving the demon continent. It was really a little shameful to think about it, since it was not used to strengthen the blood phantom vine flying sword. Then this ultimate demonized vine was the best medium for Sun Qingshue's cultivation. Bai has already merged with the seed of the demonized vine, and she does not need this ultimate demonized vine that is easy to cause imbalance to strengthen. In the end, Bai was just a tool spirit, and her body was still a blue jade vine. She could integrate with the blood phantom vine because the blood phantom vine was weaker than her body, and the seed of the demonized vine was the same. But if it was this ultimate demonized vine, the result would be hard to say. At this point, Yang Qin decisively chose to give up. It has been decades since Yang Qin let Sun Qingxue plant the seed of the demonized blue jade blood phantom vine in her body. It is estimated that Sun Qingxue has fully mastered the control method. At this time, the ultimate demonized vine was sent over, and the time was just right. Sure enough, when Yang Qin arrived at the Blue Cloud sect, Sun Qingxue had already completed the demonized blue jade blood phantom vine's ascetic cultivation. In just a few decades, it seems that Sun Qingxue's cultivation base has improved again. Not only has her cultivation base reached the peak of the middle Yuanying stage, but the purity of her spiritual power has also greatly improved. This was the benefit of this kind of demonized vine ascetic cultivation. Whether it was Master Hua Wanting or disciple Sun Qingxue, they all showed extraordinary strength, so that the Blue Cloud sect even considered whether the disciples of the wood attribute could refer to this method when they cultivated in the future. Chapter 1189. The arrival of Yang Qin made Sun Qingxue very happy. However, after seeing Yang Qin, Sun Qingxue still gave Yang Qin a very aggrieved, pouting expression. The news that the three sect forcibly sent 7 beautiful women to Chunyang Palace was known to the whole world, and Sun Qingxue naturally knew it. However, what made her aggrieved was that her own sect did not protest about it. She didn't know what kind of deal the senior management had reached, but the sect must have gotten some benefits. But in the eyes of Sun Qingxue, she was extremely aggrieved. Obviously, he was her husband. Speaking of which, among the 4 wives of Yang Qin, the first one he knew was Sun Qingxue, and even Shi Shanshan was ranked second. Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, and Shi Shanshan could be forgiven. One was Yang Chen's master, and the other was his senior sister, so they were close to each other. Shi Shanshan took good care of her, and Sun Qingxue did not resist. But why did those women have to marry her? After all, she had been with her husband for many times, and their emotional foundation was very solid, so they got married. Her husband didn't even know those women. Why did they put them to his side? Although she felt aggrieved, Sun Qingxue was, after all, an official's family. After experiencing the world of mortals, she saw the problem more thoroughly. She also understood that these things were not something that Yang Qin and Chunying Palace could refuse without scruples. Although she understood it, it happened to her. So Sun Qingxue couldn't help feeling aggrieved. In the same reproachful eyes of Elder Hua, Yang Chen could only hold Sun Qingxue and comfort her softly for a long time, so that the little girl would not feel so aggrieved. In order to change the topic, Yang Chen quickly said that he had found another disciple, and then brought Yi Yu out to greet his master's wife. Upon hearing Yi Yu's background, Sun Qingxue immediately understood that this fellow in front of her was the one Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had promised to save Yi Jinxiong after they went to the Demon Gate together. However, she was also very curious. How did Yang Chen know that Yi Jinxiong would have a son with a 7-star mole on his foot and that he would accept him as a disciple in advance? Of course, Yang Chen couldn't explain. Fortunately, Sun Qingxue knew that some things about Yang Chen were mysterious, so she didn't want to get to the bottom of it. After not seeing each other for decades, the two of them naturally had to be intimate. Yang Chen wanted to understand Sun Qingxue's cultivation, so the two of them naturally began to dual cultivate. It had to be said that Sun Qingxue's hard work in cultivation really paid off. Yang Chen was surprised to find that the purity of Sun Qingxue's spiritual power was at least 3 points purer than when they were separated. Although it was not as good as Yang Chen's now, it was also rare. Even Sun Qingxue's master, Elder Hua, may not have such a level. Next was the shock of Sun Qingxue. When the two of them were dual cultivating the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra, Yang Chen, who was already a 9th grade human immortal, naturally drove Sun Qingxue's spiritual awareness to further skyrocket. Directly rushing to the peak of the Deshang stage was not the end. In Sun Qingxue's great surprise, her spiritual awareness broke through the Deshang stage and entered a realm that she didn't dare to think about. From the 1st grade human immortal, it didn't stop until the 2nd grade human immortal. This was already beyond the limits of the mortal world's spiritual awareness cultivation. The whole world in the eyes of Sun Qingxue seemed to have changed fundamentally. The feeling of transcending everything made Sun Qingxue unable to believe it. Was she still in a dream? How could such a crazy thing happen? After Sun Qingxue was surprised by her own spiritual awareness cultivation, there was even more fear of Yang Chen's realm. What kind of spiritual awareness cultivation did her husband have to raise her to this realm? Of course, Yang Chen would not hide this from his wife. Hearing that Yang Chen had already completed the Great Yin and Yang 5-element secret art and that his spiritual awareness cultivation had reached the 9th grade human immortal, even with Sun Qingxue's understanding of her husband, she still stayed in Yang Chen's arms for a long time before she recovered. How is this possible? Sun Qingxue could only say such a sentence that even she didn't have any strength to doubt it. Her husband was really a monster. She thought that Sun Qingxue was already a rare genius of the Blue Cloud sect. Compared with Yang Chen, she was simply trash. What's impossible? Yang Chen smiled and hugged his little wife and asked with a smile, "This is the truth. Do you dare to question your husband?" "Husband, what is your 5 elements spiritual root like?" Of course, Sun Qingxue was not questioning Yang Chen. She was just a little too shocked and couldn't accept it completely. Now she was also shocked by Yang Chen's monstrous degree and began to be interested in Yang Chen's spiritual root cultivation. Fire attribute innate spiritual root is more than 70. Yang Chen replied casually. This should not be a secret, and many people knew about it. What about acquired spiritual root? Sun Qingxue did not intend to give up and continued to ask. This time, Yang Chen did not answer. Instead, he took out a 5-colored stone from his cosmos sack and held it in his hand. He activated his spiritual power and let Sun Qingxue see it for herself. The 5-colored stone's 5-colored radiance flashed at this moment. Then, under Sun Qingxue's stunned expression, all 5 types of radiance reached the brightest. Full spiritual root of all 5 elements, Sun Qingxue could no longer suppress her surprise and exclaimed, "Sorry for making a fool of myself. It can't be compared to your innate spiritual root." Yang Chen had a light look on his face, and the expression on his face seemed to be saying something that was not worth mentioning. "I'm jealous." Sun Qingxue punched Yang Chen angrily and said. Then she quickly laughed, jealous of her husband. Thinking about it was really a funny thing. Believe me, a specialization is definitely not worse than your husband. Yang Chen hugged Sun Qingxue and comforted her softly. Then he took out a cosmos sack and handed it to Sun Qingxue. "This is—" Sun Qingxue took the cosmos sack, and when she explored it with her spiritual awareness, she immediately found the complete, ultimate, demonized vine inside, and she was pleasantly surprised. The demonic qi has been cleaned up. You can integrate and absorb it later. Yang Chen reminded. As long as you can fully integrate it, your strength will reach the 9th grade of human immortal. However, don't forget balance. After all, the ultimate demonized vine belonged to the second wood. Sun Qingxue cultivated the first with true secret art and the second with true secret art at the same time. Of course, it couldn't be too unbalanced. However, yin and yang were mutually reinforcing and restraining. As long as she paid attention to it on a daily basis, she could also synchronously improve the cultivation of the first with true secret art. The future direction is up to you. After handing over the ultimate demonized vine, Yang Chen seemed to have given up the control of Sun Qingxue's cultivation direction. Believe me, little Xue, no matter what direction you choose, you will be the strongest master in the future. Yes, husband. For Yang Chen's encouragement, Sun Qingxue gladly accepted. She was also a very assertive person. Now, without the framework given by Yang Chen, she seemed to be more comfortable and confident. Chapter 1190. Yang Chen sent Yi Yu back to Chunyang Palace. His master and senior sister were not there, so Yang Chen directly turned to the Green Jade Immortal Island and came to see Shi Shanshan. Sun Qingxue's life in the Blue Cloud sect was very good. She had a strong master who doted on her, and her husband was the only 5th grade alchemist master in the mortal world. It could almost be said that she had everything she wanted. Relatively speaking, Shi Shanshan's life in the sect was not so comfortable. Of course, comfortable or not was also relative. At least in the eyes of others, Sun Qingxue's torture of being entangled by the blood demon vine was not comfortable. Shi Shanshan was still a genius disciple on the Green Jade Immortal Island, and she still had everything she should have. The problem was that some people in the sect treated Shi Shanshan with more hostility. Master Song Huan was originally not a strong figure in the sect. It was already very good that she could barely speak for her apprentice. But to support her apprentice in the sect, like Elder Hua, she couldn't do it with her ability. When she just came back from the demon continent last time, Shi Shanshan seriously injured her senior sister, Li Jiqi, Martial Uncle Lu Ziwei, and Elder Bei Xuanyu in front of a group of elders, and she fought with Elder Min Huafeng. It was really outstanding. However, this also caused a large number of people to lose face, especially a large number of people who were familiar with Elder Lu Zijin. Even the elder of technique imparting, Bei Xuanyu, was slightly displeased. In front of so many people, they made Elder Lu and Elder Bei look so ugly. How could they just let it go? When the sect was big, it was inevitable that there would be a variety of interest groups and factions. Even the Dao sect leaders, the Taishimin, were like this. As one of the 5 major sect, how could the Green Jade Immortal Island be immune? There were also many factions within the sect. After Shi Shanshan returned to the sect, these people began to make things difficult for Shi Shanshan, intentionally or unintentionally. Although there was no deliberate embezzlement in the allocation of some resources, they would always think of ways to delay the allocation of time or procedures in order to achieve their goal of disrupting Shi Shanshan. It was impossible for Shi Shanshan to complain to the higher-ups about such a small matter. That would only cause the higher-ups to have a different impression of her. If he couldn't even solve such a small matter, how could he achieve anything big? If it was just a matter of resources, Shi Shanshan wouldn't care. What kind of things had she not seen when she was with her husband? In addition, they had just returned from the demon continent. Thousands of Deshang stage masters were divided equally among a few people. What could they not have? The things in the sect were really not in the eyes of Shi Shanshan. But these people saw that they couldn't disturb Shi Shanshan in this way. So they put their ideas in other places. Aren't you, Shi Shanshan, powerful? Then go and do the sect's tasks. Those dangerous, powerful enemies and 9 out of 10 missions were all piled up to Shi Shanshan. For this kind of discord, how could Shi Shanshan, who had experienced the world of mortals, not understand it? However, she returned to the sect to make up for the fact that she had not contributed to the sect in these years of cultivation, and the second was to improve her own cultivation base as much as possible. When they separated, Yang Qin said that when Shi Shanshan's cultivation base was further improved, he would take her to a place to collect something. With such a thing, Shi Shanshan's cultivation would no longer need Yang Qin's guidance. In this regard, Shi Shanshan remembered it in her heart and thought about improving her strength all the time. After experiencing the experience of the demon continent, ordinary sect's tasks were indeed difficult to achieve the purpose of making Shi Shanshan's cultivation-based progress in a short period of time. She needed some dangerous tasks and powerful enemies to sharpen herself. The tasks carefully selected by these people were just in line with Shi Shanshan's appetite, and it also saved Shi Shanshan the time to go to the huge sect's task pile to find it. Therefore, Shi Shanshan knew that these people had bad intentions, but she still took advantage of the situation and took these tasks and began to complete them one by one. When Yang Qin arrived at the Green Jade Immortal Island, Shi Shanshan was not there, but when she left, she had already said that she would come back soon. So Yang Qin also waited at the Green Jade Immortal Island. He was the husband of Shi Shanshan, and he lived in Shi Shanshan's house. No one could say a word of no. It was in the process of waiting that Yang Qin also learned from the chatting of several servants of Shi Shanshan that Shi Shanshan was excluded from the sect during this period, and he was furious. Shi Shanshan was a person of the Green Jade Immortal Island. She did not give trouble to her own sect. She solved the problem by herself, and she also took on dangerous tasks to train herself. Shi Shanshan had Shi Shanshan's pride. This kind of trivial matter in her eyes was probably not a big deal at all. She, who was focused on her cultivation, did not want to be distracted to deal with this kind of small discord. Yang Qin could understand this, but this did not mean that Yang Qin could tolerate these people treating his wife like this. As the husband of Shi Shanshan, his wife was wronged, and she was wronged in her mother's house. In any case, Yang Qin had to seek justice for his wife. Of course, it was not that the faction of Shi Shanshan and her master Song Huan did not support Shi Shanshan. On the contrary, they attached great importance to Shi Shanshan. However, Shi Shanshan was not delicate enough to complain to her master about any small things. These small things that were not worth mentioning, perhaps Song Huan and their faction still did not know. Only the personal servants of Shi Shanshan could understand from the resources allocated by the sect that they were choked by some people in the sect, but they did not dare to tell others easily. Occasionally, they chatted secretly, which was heard by Yang Qin. With Yang Qin's ability, there was no movement in Shi Shanshan's abode that could not be hidden from his eyes and ears. The servants chatted secretly, but it was as if they were talking in Yang Qin's ears, incomparably clear. Yang Qin only smiled coldly in response to this kind of secret tricks, using things that Shi Shanshan did not care about to threaten him. Those in charge were not very smart. Yang Qin was not that incompetent to fight with them. However, no reaction was not Yang Qin's style. Since the other party had already made a move, Yang Qin naturally had to take it. Shi Shanshan's affairs were Yang Qin's affairs. As a husband, it was his duty to come forward and solve it. The tit-for-tat thing was too easy to solve. He found the people of the Zue Immortal House in the market of the Green Jade Immortal Island, and then asked them to send a letter to Shangguan Feng. There was no other meaning in the letter, but to let Shangguan Feng double the auction interval of the appearance pill that was held in the Green Jade Immortal Island auction house every once in a while, and then reduce the number of the Green Jade Immortal Island by half. Almost most of the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island were female, and the demand for the appearance pill was a very terrifying market. Yang Chen's arrangement soon caused the madness of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Chapter 1191. The appearance pill refined by Yang Chen, in the eyes of female cultivators, was an important strategic resource comparable to the questioning inner heart pill and the 100-year pill. That's right, it was a strategic resource. In the minds of female cultivators, the appearance pill was so important. Who didn't like to be youthful and beautiful? Who was willing to let their hair grow old? As long as it was a woman, there was no one who did not pay attention to their appearance. In terms of profit alone, the profit margin of the appearance pill far exceeded that of the questioning inner heart pill and the 100-year pill. The auction of the appearance pill of the Wanbao Tower has always been a big event for the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Every time the day of the auction came, as long as it was not impossible to come back, almost all the disciples who were eligible to participate would join. The competition was so fierce that it was impossible to see that they were from the same sect. However, all of a sudden, the Wanbao Tower said that the supply was insufficient, and then the auction interval was doubled, but the supply of the appearance pill was reduced by half. The supply inside and outside was reduced by 3/4. How could these female cultivators not be anxious? If all the sects dealt with it in the same way, then it would be fine. The problem was that except for the Green Jade Immortal Island, the supply of the Wanbao Tower in other places had been normal, without any change, which made people have to suspect that the Wanbao Tower was deliberately targeting the Green Jade Immortal Island. It just so happened that the real owner of the Wanbao Tower, Yang Chen, was in the Green Jade Immortal Island, enjoying the grand hospitality of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Could it be that something annoyed Yang Chen, so that he made such a decision? Immediately, someone reported the news to the Lord of Tantai and several core elders, asking them to make a decision. The Lord of Tantai would naturally not pay attention to such trifles on weekdays. The appearance pill that Yang Chen gave her in the past had the best effect. She didn't have to worry about the change of her appearance in the mortal world. Of course, the same was true for several core high-level members. Those who really cared were some of the female elders below. To be honest, the appearance-preserving pill was only targeted at female cultivators who loved beauty. Its effect was nothing but retaining one's beauty. It couldn't improve one's state of mind like the questioning inner heart pill, nor could it directly improve one's spiritual power like the 100-year pill. For the sect, it was just an expensive consumable, not something indispensable for the development of the sect. But things had to be considered from more aspects. Today, Wanbao Tower could reduce the number of appearance pills of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Tomorrow, would they be able to block the neck of the Green Jade Immortal Island on the questioning inner heart pills and the 100 years pill? This was a major event, and he couldn't wait until then to think of a remedy. If there was any problem now, it must be solved immediately. Otherwise, when the other sect surpassed the Green Jade Immortal Island, it would be too late for everyone to cry. From the establishment of cooperation with Chunyang Palace to the present, the strength of Chunyang Palace has soared, but relatively speaking, the strength of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect has grown more. From the perspective of proportion, Chunyang Palace has grown a lot, but purely from the perspective of development, the benefits of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect are much greater than those of Chunyang Palace. Because of the cooperative relationship with Chunyang Palace, the strength of the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect has now steadily surpassed the Five Element sect and the Qingquan sect, and directly caught up with the Taishaman. If not for this, the three major sect would not be in a hurry to force a few beautiful women around Yang Chen. The key was still Yang Chen. Was it because Shi Shanshan's absence that caused his dissatisfaction? No one at the top knew, but if they wanted to ask Yang Chen directly, it might be very embarrassing. They had to investigate what happened first. First of all, from the cooperation with the Chunying Palace, the Green Jade Immortal Island checked and did not find any problems. Everyone unanimously followed the cooperation agreement that had been set a long time ago. Basically, there was no bullying incident and everything in the cooperation was normal. Since it was not a problem with the sex cooperative relationship, it was a problem with Shi Shanshan. Then, everything since Shi Shanshan returned to the sect was put in front of the Lord of Tantai and the core elders. Shi Shanshan's life was very irregular. After returning, she had been busy with the sect's tasks, and everything seemed normal. But immediately, the elders found something unusual. The sect's tasks that Shi Shanshan performed were all extremely dangerous tasks. Several of them even required the cultivation base of the Deshang stage to complete them, but they were also recorded on Shi Shanshan's head. If this was the case, it was easy to explain. After all, Shi Shanshan was a master who could fight with the Deshang stage Elder Min Huafeng, and it was reasonable for her to perform difficult tasks. But referring to the records of the sect's resources received by Shi Shanshan, it seemed a bit unusual. According to the consistent habits of the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island, they could receive a monthly allowance from the sect every month for cultivation. Even if the disciple herself was not there, her servants would receive it on time on a monthly basis. Almost everyone was like this. Even the Lord of Tantai was no exception. But the records of Shi Shanshan's collection showed that from the time when Shi Shanshan went to the demon continent to gain experience and left the sect, it was normal at first, but later the allocated resources became less and less, and it was not until Shi Shanshan returned to the sect that it returned to normal. Everyone understood the fickleness of human feelings. At that time, they thought that Shi Shanshan had been destroyed, so it was normal to deduct in this regard. But after returning, the sect still doubled all the previous debts to Shi Shanshan, so there should be no problem. However, the collection records showed that Shi Shanshan never received it herself. Only her servants received it. And it was not once a month like everyone else, but once a year. Even so, it was not always possible to receive the full amount every time, which explained the problem. Why did Yang Qin deduct the appearance pill? Because Shi Shanshan's due portion was deducted, and it was greatly delayed. Who is responsible for the distribution of materials? Without waiting for the Lord of Tantai to ask, Elder Min had already asked angrily, "Get her to come here immediately." Although Shi Shanshan and Elder Min were evenly matched in the past, this did not hinder Elder Min's appreciation of Shi Shanshan. In particular, Shi Shanshan could be regarded as a general in her faction. Her own people were actually bullied like this. How could this be? What's the matter with Shi Shanshan's monthly allowance? Tell me. The disciple in charge soon appeared in front of the Lord of Tantai and the elders. The Lord of Tantai also appeased Elder Min and asked first. So many high-level people were there, asking about this matter. How could the disciple in charge not know that he was in big trouble? Thinking of the recent incident of Wanbao Tower's appearance pill, and then thinking about the relationship between Yang Chen and Wanbao Tower and Shi Shanshan, there was no need to ask. This was Yang Chen's counterattack. The 5th grade alchemy grandmaster wanted to find trouble with an ordinary disciple of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Then what good result would she have? It's not the disciple's fault. With a thud, the disciple in charge knelt on the ground, and he was almost scared out of his wits. He shouted quickly, "This is all the arrangement of Elder Lu. The disciple is just acting according to the elder's instructions." Chapter 1192. Elder Lu. Min Huafeng immediately knew who the Elder Lu was. Other than Lu Ziwei, who had been humiliated by Shi Shanshan, there was no one else. This kind of small means that can't be put on the table doesn't seem to have much impact on Shi Shanshan. However, if you want to seriously explore the mystery, it was also the only way to deal with people without discussion. What did cultivation rely on? Wasn't it resources? Without resources, the speed of cultivation would be greatly reduced. To a cultivator, this was a matter of life and death. Even if Sher Shanshan is rich and powerful, she doesn't care much about this small portion of the sect. However, this kind of endless little means can always make you feel disgusted. It will always make you feel upset, right? As a disciple of the sect, she couldn't harm her fellow disciples, and Sher Shanshan wouldn't trouble others with such trivial matters. Thus, she could only swallow her pride and suffer in silence. To cultivate one's heart, it was important for one's thoughts to be clear. If she kept encountering such depressing and irritating matters, her cultivation would be affected no matter what. Even if she couldn't disgust her with one incident, Sher Shanshan wouldn't be able to hold back her anger after being repeatedly arraigned. No matter how Sher Shanshan reacted, it wouldn't end well. Everyone had climbed up step by step from the bottom. Who wouldn't be aware of these underhanded tricks? Lu Ziwei had actually set her sights on the sect's talented disciple, Sher Shanshan. If this could be tolerated, what couldn't? How dare she do this? Lu Ziwei, you deserve to die. Elder Min scolded loudly, intending to pursue Lu Ziwei's responsibility. You can't say that. Elder Bei Shuangyu, who was at the side, spoke slowly and stopped Elder Min's words just before she flared up. Since Elder Lu is in charge of distributing the sect's resources, she must have her reasons for making such arrangements. Moreover, it's not like she's embezzling. She's just delaying the distribution. Even if there's something wrong, it shouldn't be considered as deserving of death, right? Bei Shuangyu's words weren't surprising. She was also the target of Sher Shanshan's instant defeat. At that time, Lu Ziwei wasn't the only one who was embarrassed. Lu Ziwei's disciple, Li Jiqi, and Elder Bei Shuangyu were included. Lu Ziwei was not only for herself, but also to please Bei Shuangyu. Everyone was in the same boat. Min Huafeng wanted to pursue Lu Ziwei's responsibility. Bei Shuangyu, of course, had to defend. When it came to the dispute between the two core elders, even the Lord of Tantai couldn't be obviously biased towards which one. The forces on both sides were similar. It was not worth it to cause internal strife in the Green Jade Immortal Island because of this. Speaking of which, everyone was still afraid of Yang Chen's side. This would lead to problems in the supply of questioning inner heart pills and 100-year pills in the future. If this problem could be solved, the others were not the focus. Although Sher Shanshan was Yang Chen's wife, the Green Jade Immortal Island was her sect. The decision of the sect, as an outsider, Yang Chen didn't need to interfere, right? So, my family's Shanshan has to be deducted for no reason. Min Huafeng was furious. Such an obvious calculation. But she still dared to argue openly. It was really a bit too much. The Lord of Tantai looked at the dispute between the two core elders. His face was calm and he didn't say a word. As the master of the sect, it was necessary to balance the power below at all times. He couldn't let one sect dominate so that it would be easy to control. However, recently Bei Shuangyu and the others were indeed a bit too much. Some things were not only aimed at Sher Shanshan. Many disciples had been calculated by them in the open and in the dark. If this practice continued to be encouraged, it would also make many people disloyal. Elder Lu's actions are indeed inappropriate. She provoked first, and now she's taking revenge. I think it's better for her to be stripped of her position as an elder. Another elder at the side spoke up. It was a relatively fair statement. No way. Bei Shuangyu immediately pulled a long face. Even if Lu Ziwei was in the wrong, she couldn't remove her position as an elder just because of such a small mistake. If she succeeded, who would follow her? Even an elder like Lu Ziwei couldn't protect her, let alone others. If we don't do this, how are we going to solve the problem of the appearance pill? Min Huafeng naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, and immediately asked, now that Yang Chen was obviously going to seek justice for Sher Shanshan. If they didn't satisfy Yang Chen, it would be useless for them to say anything here. It's just the appearance pill. It's not like we have to have it. Bei Xuanyu snorted coldly and put on a tough stance. Her words caused the elders present to curse in their hearts. They didn't eat it because Yang Qin had already given them a better appearance pill. However, the disciples under him were still scrambling for it. One appearance pill could only ensure one's youth for 100 years. Who wouldn't be willing to buy a few more? Some disciples worked hard to save up money just to buy a few more appearance pills. If they really did as Bei Xuanyu said, it would be strange if these disciples didn't explode in anger. Whoever caused the trouble should be the one to solve it. Min Huafeng laughed coldly. After we solve the problem of outsiders, we can talk about what crime Lu Ziwei committed. The Lord of Tantai finally nodded his head. This was the attitude that a sect leader should have. However, she didn't have much hope that Bei Xuanyu would be able to persuade Yang Qin. Just by looking at the price Yang Qin sold the pill formulas to the 5 big sect, she could imagine it. Even if Bei Xuanyu could solve it, it would be a big fraud that would make her distressed. At this moment, Bei Xuanyu had no choice but to bite the bullet and come to see Yang Qin. Now that Yang Qin was a distinguished guest, although Lu Ziwei was an elder, she couldn't let her go to apologize. Maybe only Bei Xuanyu could give up her face. What surprised Bei Xuanyu was that Yang Qin was refining pills and didn't want to see anyone. On the spot, Bei Xuanyu was so angry that she wanted to ascend to the heavens. The dignified elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island was rejected in her own territory, and she was told by the servant of the original Shi Shanshan. Yang Qin did not appear. How could she not be filled with anger? However, this anger only lasted for less than a moment. Bei Xuanyu noticed a very unusual aura, which was floating out from the place where Yang Qin, who claimed to be refining pills, was located. This was not a smell, but a wisp of aura that made Bei Xuanyu feel terrified. It was just a wisp, but it made a master of the Deshang stage feel this way. What kind of miracle was this? Not only Bei Xuanyu, but the other Deshang stage masters of the Green Jade Immortal Island were basically aware of this wisp of aura. Soon, in front of Shi Shanshan's small courtyard, it was full of the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island. However, everyone stood at the door and no one went in. What's going on here? The Lord of Tantai was the first to ask. Chapter 1193. Several of Shi Shanshan's maids have never been as proud as today. The Green Jade Immortal Island, from the island master to several of the biggest elders, were all stopped by them, standing at the door of Shi Shanshan. From the establishment of the Green Jade Immortal Island to the present, there have been no servants who have been so glorious. The husband of their own young lady was really an existence that people looked up to. No one would care about a few maids. Most of the time, it was these maids who were excited and trembling. The Lord of Tantai and the others only cared about what kind of pill Yang Qin was refining. This is the aura of the wind tribulation. Elder Min Huafeng frowned and said with a dignified look, "She has already noticed the aura of the wind tribulation in that aura, but she doesn't know why this aura was only a very faint one, not enough to pose a greater threat." Most of the people present had the opportunity to see the predecessors of the sect crossing their tribulation and ascending, so it was not only Min Huafeng who had such a feeling. When Elder Min said this, everyone nodded. Did Yang Qin say what kind of medicinal pill he was refining? The Lord of Tantai called a maid to serve and asked with a pleasant face, "I don't know, the son-in-law only said that he was going to retreat to refine pills and wait for the young lady to come back, and he didn't say much else." The maid bowed and replied, "However, when the son-in-law first came, he seemed to mention something. It seems that he wants to strengthen his tribulation or something. I don't know if it is related to this medicinal pill." The aura of the wind tribulation, strengthening the tribulation. If these were linked together, it was easy to associate something. Everyone couldn't help but get excited. If their guess was not wrong, it should be a medicinal pill similar to the heaven-seizing pill that could increase the success rate of the tribulation, or something else related. It was not too far off. However, in this way there was trouble. Sure, Shanshan's matter has not yet been explained, but Yang Qin has made these new medicinal pills. If the Green Jade Immortal Island wanted them, it would not be so easy. Previously, Yang Chen would give them a 50% discount because of Sure Shanshan. Now that Sure Shanshan was being suppressed in the sect, how could Yang Qin get over it? The few of them stared at Bei Shuangyu. Bei Shuangyu felt uncomfortable and said, "Why are you looking at me? We still don't know what pill he's refining." Although her words sounded tough, Bei Shuangyu was already feeling a little guilty. Yang Qin made it clear that he wanted to seek justice for Sure Shanshan. This was the case with the appearance pill before, and now this medicinal pill must have these reasons. Otherwise, it would not be alchemy in the Green Jade Immortal Island, but in Chunyang Palace. She had been obstructing him. If this medicinal pill was really important to the sect, she was afraid that Bei Shuangyu herself would not have any good results. Everyone was waiting curiously. The aura overflowing from Yang Chen's alchemy did not change at all. After 2 or 3 days, the aura slowly faded, and there was no trace left. Then the tightly shut door opened. It seemed that he didn't expect the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island to be there. Yang Chen's face was obviously a little surprised, but he was soon indifferent. He had seen a lot of big shots, so there was no need to be too surprised. "I'm sorry, seniors, this younger generation junior was bored waiting, so I borrowed Shanshan's place to try to refine a few medicinal pills." Yang Chen apologized to the Lord of Tantai and the others. "It's really neglectful. Who would care about this kind of small thing?" What everyone wanted to know was the new medicinal pill that Yang Chen refined. Min Huafeng was straightforward and immediately asked, "Yang Chen, what medicinal pill are you refining? There is even the aura of the wind tribulation." With Min Huafeng's identity, even if Yang Chen was the only 5th grade alchemy master, he was still a junior. There was no problem in calling Yang Chen this way. Of course, Yang Chen would not have any dissatisfaction with Min Huafeng in this form of address. This younger generation junior just had a sudden whim. "I want to refine some medicinal pills to exercise my state of mind." Yang Chen did not conceal it. In fact, he did not intend to conceal it. Some medicinal pills that contain the aura of the Yin fire tribulation and the wind tribulation that can trigger the outbreak of the heart demon on a small scale. This younger generation junior calls it the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill. When Yang Chen said this, everyone understood the use of this medicinal pill. Not only could it feel the taste of the Yin fire tribulation and the wind tribulation in advance, but it was not too powerful, and it could trigger the heart demon on a small scale. It was indeed the best thing to temper the state of mind. It was also very simple to say it was just a medicinal pill that was fused with the demonic energy and a little bit of the Yin fire tribulation or the wind tribulation. There was not much unusual in the technique, but the raw materials were not something that ordinary people could find. Of course, that was for others. For Yang Chen, there was no problem at all. There was as much demonic energy as he wanted, and if he waited for the core of the demon continent to be refined, it would be even more endless. Yang Chen has seen the Yin fire tribulation many times. Even when Lady Fanghua was crossing her tribulation, Yang Chen was within the attack range of the tribulation and collected a lot of the Yin fire tribulation's aura. As for the wind tribulation, the gathering point in the core area of the demon continent, there was a period of time when people continuously crossed their tribulation. It was not very difficult for Yang Chen to collect some of the wind tribulation's aura. For others, of course, there was no such possibility. The aura of the Yin fire tribulation and the wind tribulation could not be collected at will. When the average person crossed their tribulation, they could only be at ease by concentrating to the extreme. Where would Yang Chen have such a powerful technique? Therefore, when Yang Chen naturally took out 2 medicinal pills, one was the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill of the Yuanying stage, and the other was the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill of the Deshang stage. In order to distinguish, the one at the Yuanying stage was called the 7 emotions pill by Yang Chen, and the one at the Deshang stage was called the Six Desires pill. The same medicinal effect, but the level of the person who took it was different. Whether it was the aura of the Yin fire tribulation or the wind tribulation, it was perfectly wrapped in the medicinal pill, and it could not be detected from the outside world. Only after taking the medicinal pill could the medicinal qi be stimulated. Under the aura of the two kinds of tribulation, the heart demon began to be triggered by the demonic energy. The process would be very uncomfortable, but as long as one could successfully survive it, their state of mind would be greatly improved. And because of the additional feeling of the aura of the tribulation in advance, the possibility of crossing the tribulation in the future would be much greater. At least they have tried how to deal with the heart demon outbreak in the case of the tribulation. Such a medicinal pill was simply the best preparation before crossing the tribulation. No one could resist such a temptation, especially the Lord of Tantai. Although he was already at the peak yuanying stage, he had not crossed the tribulation because of the lack of confidence for the time being. With this, he might be able to succeed right away, although no one has tried the effect. But since Yang Qin made a move, how could it be useless? It seemed that if the Green Jade Immortal Island did not solve the trouble of Shishanshan, it would take a lot of trouble to get this batch of medicinal pills. Island Master, if you don't mind, you can try this 7 Emotions pill, just to provide some reference for this younger generation junior. Since he was going to spend the capital, Yang Qin, of course, put down the capital and directly took out a refined medicinal pill and sent it to the Lord of Tantai. Chapter 1194. By triggering the heart demon in the aura of the Yin fire tribulation and the wind tribulation to temper the state of mind, this was definitely an idea that would make anyone slap the table and applaud. Everyone could understand how much benefit the person who took the medicinal pill would get in this situation. There was still the aura of the tribulation itself, but the power was less than 1% of the real tribulation. It was extremely safe, and after triggering the heart demon, the difficulty of resisting increased. It could be said that taking a 7 Emotions and 6 Desires pill was equivalent to simulating the tribulation once. This was for those who were on the verge of crossing the tribulation, but they were not fully sure. It was simply a wonderful product that was more timely than the timely rain. It was not that no one had thought of such a medicinal pill, but in the mortal world, not to mention the 6 Desires pill that contained the wind tribulation aura, even if it was the 7 Emotions pill, which only contained the aura of the Yin fire tribulation. No one could do it, even the masters of the Deshang stage were no exception. Without Yang Chen's human immortal level spiritual awareness, without Yang Chen's means beyond this world, it was impossible to do this. Without the raw materials, even if it was a great principal golden immortal, it was impossible to make a 7 Emotions and 6 Desires pill out of thin air. Such a medicinal pill, wherever it was placed, it was a good thing for people to fight for. The most exciting thing was that the Lord of Tantai herself was on the verge of this tribulation. She was at the peak yuanying stage. Even if she was the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island, she still had some lack of confidence. Yang Qin sent a 7 Emotions pill so easily. Even though the Lord of Tantai had been accustomed to big scenes and there would be no guilt in front of any earth-shattering characters, but in the face of this 7 Emotions pill, the Lord of Tantai still couldn't help but tremble slightly. These people present were still immersed in shock. They were staring blankly, waiting for the Lord of Tantai to make a decision. No one would doubt that Yang Qin took a poison to murder the Lord of Tantai. Yang Chen would never have such courage, nor would he have the motive to do so. The only thing that was somewhat doubtful was whether the medicinal pill refined by Yang Qin had such a medicinal effect. It was not that they doubted the ability of Yang Qin. It was really that such a thing was too incredible. It was unbelievable that someone in the world could do this. Yang Qin did not care about the unbelievable eyes of the people in front of him. This was human nature and a normal phenomenon. Even the questioning inner heart pill in the past, wasn't it taken by the 2 Deshang stage masters of the 2 major sect? The current situation was easy to solve. As long as the Lord of Tantai took it, he would know the effect of the pill. The island master, who usually wouldn't change even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of her, at this moment, in the face of a small medicinal pill, her hands couldn't help but tremble. When she held it in her hand, there was still some uncontrollable excitement. When the surrounding elders saw this, they all tacitly retreated more than a dozen feet, and then set up a series of restrictions. Sher Shanshan's small courtyard was directly requisitioned. The Lord of Tantai was protected in the middle of the two protective arrays. The elders also sat down around him and watched carefully. The Lord of Tantai, who had taken the 7 emotions pill, immediately sat down cross-legged and put on a deep meditation posture, with his 5 hearts facing the sky. This was the most comfortable and easiest posture to control the inner demon. Soon, the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill began to spread, and the Lord of Tantai immediately noticed its power. The surrounding elders could not detect the situation of the Lord of Tantai. There was no way around it. This was a medicinal pill that completely targeted the inner demon. When the inner demon attacked, it was invisible and formless. If it was not uncontrollable and caused people to go crazy, others would not be able to detect it at all. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the face of the Lord of Tantai. They stared intently and concentrated. There was no way around it. Who made this a medicinal pill that was useful to each of them? Every man for himself. Even the cultivators were no exception. When it involved their own vital interests, anyone would pay close attention to it. A very exaggerated smile appeared on the face of the Lord of Tantai. He did not know what she had experienced. The smile lasted for a long time, and then it turned into another expression of anger. The surrounding elders watched the Lord of Tantai constantly changing emotions and changing expressions in that small circle. What shocked them a little was that the Lord of Tantai even cried once, which made the elders couldn't believe their eyes. From serving as the island master to the present for hundreds of years, the Lord of Tantai has never shown such fragile emotions. It was even 100 times more difficult to make a great man who was infinitely close to the master of the Dashang stage cry than to kill him. The mood of the elders began to get excited. This was the effect of the real observation. If the 7 emotions pill worked, then the 6 desires pill would have the same effect. They didn't dare to say anything else, but the aura of the wind tribulation that escaped during the refining could not be faked in any way. Unlike the joy and excitement of the other elders, the mood of the elder Bei Xuanyu was very contradictory. Speaking of which, the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill that Yang Chen refined should be good for everyone. With the relationship between Chunyang Palace and the Green Jade Immortal Island, with the relationship between Yang Chen and Sher Shanshan, presumably this kind of benefit would never be left behind in the Green Jade Immortal Island. This medicinal pill for Bei Xuanyu was also of great benefit. Who doesn't want to have a greater chance of crossing the tribulation? However, she and Lu Ziwei, who participated in suppressing Sher Shanshan, would never get any benefits from this matter. On the contrary, the sect originally only intended to strive to maintain a balance of strength. Under the situation of mutual compromise, at most, they would make up for the portion of Sher Shanshan that had been deducted before. Even if it was doubled, it was just some ordinary things for cultivation, and there would be no big loss. But after the success of the medicinal pill, the outcome would be very different. The sect needed the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill, and it was bound to bow to Yangchen again. Then, it would not be easy to deal with the matter of targeting Sher Shanshan. Not to mention others, Lu Ziwei would definitely be punished, and she, the elder, was estimated to be unable to escape the joint responsibility of the lack of restraint. Yang Chen's move was simply a drastic measure. Coupled with the previous appearance pill, he didn't even need to say a word, and the sect would have to find a way to settle Yang Chen's dissatisfaction. If this was the result, Bei Xuanyu was absolutely unacceptable. The contradictory mood made Bei Xuanyu didn't know how to deal with herself. She wanted to give up Lu Ziwei, but she couldn't put down her face. Moreover, if she gave up it would have a huge impact on her future. If she couldn't protect her own people, who would be willing to follow her? Chapter 1195. Different from Bei Shuangyu's mood, but slightly different from the elders, was Elder Min Huafeng. Although Elder Min did not serve as the hall master of any hall, she was indeed a powerful force in the sect. Unlike Bei Shuangyu, Min Huafeng fully supported the Lord of Tantai, so her status in the sect was also quite high. According to reason, whether it was Song Huan or Shi Shanshan in her faction, no one should dare to have any ideas. However, Bei Shuangyu and Lu Ziwei both suffered a big loss under the hands of Shi Shanshan and lost face, so they tried their best to target Shi Shanshan. In addition, Shi Shanshan was not the kind of person who liked to snitch on others. Her proud character made her not care about these little tricks at all. After returning to the sect, she has been working hard to cultivate in order to achieve the goal of Yangqin. As a result, Elder Min did not know about these disgusting little tricks of Lu Ziwei. However, as an elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Shi Shanshan was still under her protection. Unexpectedly, she suffered this kind of loss, and it was Yangqin, an outsider, who found out and sought justice for Shi Shanshan. This was simply a slap in the face of Elder Min Huafeng. She couldn't even protect her own people, and she had to ask for help from outsiders. Could she still raise her head in the sect? Both of them had different thoughts, and they were eager to find a way in their minds. The Lord of Tantai finally had a problem. After the Lord of Tantai took the elixir, she meditated for a month. During this month, everyone saw her face constantly changing expressions and constantly releasing all kinds of emotions. They thought that it would be like this, but they did not expect that at this time, the Lord of Tantai's body suddenly broke out. Puff! A mouthful of red blood sprayed directly from the mouth of the Lord of Tantai. The body of the Lord of Tantai, who was immersed in the tempering of the mind, suddenly became a little sluggish. She didn't know why, but her internal organs were shaken. Under the invasion of the heart demon, she couldn't help but vomit blood. This accident shocked everyone. All the elders jumped up in the first time and looked at the Lord of Tantai in the circle worriedly. The only person who was ecstatic in her heart was Elder Bei Shuangyu. The Lord of Tantai suddenly vomited blood. There was no other reason besides Yang Chen's elixir. This alone was enough to make her attack. Bold thief! You dare to plot against the island master! Bei Shuangyu immediately seized this rare opportunity, shouted at Yang Chen, and rushed up directly. Don't surrender! She came up and first put the crime of plotting against the Lord of Tantai on Yang Chen, and immediately took him down. As long as Yang Chen was taken down, there was no need to worry about not being able to solve the dilemma. Maybe they could also get the secret of becoming a 5th-grade alchemist from Yang Chen. As long as this secret was in their hands, Yang Chen would no longer be useful. How could the sect embarrass the dignified elder of Tantai for a useless guy? It had to be said that the speed of Yang Chen's rise like a comet not only made the people of Taishimen curious, but even the Green Jade Immortal Island and Blue Cloud sect, which had a good relationship with Chunying Palace, had speculated and analyzed it. Speaking of which, in this regard, the speculations of several major sects were all in the same direction. Yang Chen was young, and Chunying Palace did not have enough heritage, so it was impossible to know so many things. It must be known that some of the things that Yang Chen knew were simply beyond the scope of the mortal world. The only explanation was that there was a master in the spiritual world or the immortal world who was guiding him. Combined with Yang Chen's performance, the most likely explanation in the mortal world was that Yang Chen had a magic weapon that was possessed by a master. This unknown master was constantly guiding Yang Chen, so Yang Chen could have such an enchanting performance. Otherwise, with Yang Chen's aptitude, it was impossible to be so amazing. This was the only explanation, and it was also the explanation that everyone recognized. However, speculation was speculation, and no one directly made a move on the surface. Everyone had seen the end of the Taishimen Huchini. The lesson was not far away, and no one would repeat the same mistakes. But this does not mean that when there is an opportunity, people will not be tempted. Now Bei Shuangyu had such an idea. After she shouted that sentence, Bei Shuangyu knew that she had no way out. Although the Lord of Tantai vomited blood, it was not a fatal injury. If she waited until she woke up and said that it was not because of Yang Chen's medicinal pill, wouldn't she be making more mistakes? The only chance to turn the tables was to catch Yang Chen, and after succeeding, it would become a fait accompli. Bei Shuangyu was so fast that even when she was shouting, she had already started to make a move. A distance of a few dozen feet for a master of the Deshang stage was almost useless, and the attack immediately fell on Yang Chen. The action was so fast that even the other elders hadn't reacted yet. Elder Min just jumped up, and her attention was still on the Lord of Tantai. On this side, Yang Chen had already been approached by Elder Bei Shuangyu. She only had time to shout, "Stop!" and the situation over there was already out of control. Everyone felt that Yang Chen could only be captured with his hands tied. Bei Shuangyu was a master of the Deshang stage, and Yang Chen was now getting worse and worse. From the middle Yuanying stage to the early Yuanying stage, his cultivation base was reduced. How could he be the opponent of Elder Bei? Fortunately, everyone heard Bei Shuangyu saying that he would be captured with his hands tied, and everyone didn't care. It was just that capturing Yang Chen was not a big deal. Anyway, the Lord of Tantai vomited blood, and Yang Chen was the most suspicious. In any case, Yang Chen had to bear some responsibility. Therefore, no one had the intention to stop it. Even Elder Min just shouted, but did not make a move so quickly. Bei Shuangyu had already vaguely seen that after Yang Chen was killed by her, she couldn't stop herself and everyone would quarrel. A little guy in the Yuanying stage, if he was killed, would Chunyang Palace dare to shout at the Green Jade Immortal Island? The complacent mood didn't even last for a blink of an eye. Even her eyelids hadn't completely fallen. Elder Bei felt that her body was light, as if she suddenly lost control of her body. Then she sank again, and then fell to the ground heavily. Her face was down and directly embedded into the ground. The sudden change made Elder Bei extremely surprised. Although she was not injured, it made her lose a lot of face. Just as she was about to get up in anger, suddenly there was a chill on the back of her neck, and then a thought that made people tremble, and their hair didn't dare to flutter, it will spread through her whole body. This time, Elder Bei didn't even dare to get up from the ground. She could only crawl in the human-shaped pit and didn't dare to move. "Elder Bei, you are too reckless." Yang Chen's voice sounded above Elder Bei's head. This younger generation junior has also experienced in the demon continent. If I accidentally hurt you, this younger generation junior can't afford it. Chapter 1196. Mentioning the experience in the demon continent, it was obvious that Yang Chen was taking this opportunity to obviously express his dissatisfaction, and it was also a very serious warning. If Elder Bei dared to move easily and Yang Chen accidentally hurt her or even killed her, then it would be the best excuse to prevaricate. Anyway, everyone knew that after the experience in the demon continent, there would be a kind of trouble that couldn't be stopped. This point, Shi Shanshan had already demonstrated in front of the elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island more than 100 years ago. The reason why Bei Shuangyu and Lu Ziwei would target Shi Shanshan was because of this reason. In the end, it was still Bei Shuangyu who made the first move. Yang Chen only needed to use this reason to kill Bei Shuangyu, and others couldn't say anything. Although killing the elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island was definitely a big crime, but looking at the posture just now, the elders present were not blind. At this moment, everyone understood what Bei Shuangyu wanted to do. Min Huafeng was particularly angry. Bei Shuangyu not only did not mean to converge, but she became even more aggressive and wanted to kill Yang Chen in front of her, completely ignoring the development of the sect and the trouble facing Chunyang Palace. You must know that Yang Chen was still a 5th grade alchemist master. If he was killed, how many masters who have been waiting in line for Yang Chen's alchemy would hate them? This was not counting the other 4 major sects. No matter how powerful the Green Jade Immortal Island was and how rapid its recent development was, it was impossible to challenge the four major sect at the same time. If something really happened to Yangchen, this was simply the best excuse for the four major sect. It was not impossible for them to unite and kill the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even if the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect were on good terms. But the alliance of the three major sects was enough to suppress the Green Jade Immortal Island and the Blue Cloud sect to the extreme. These were all things between the sect, and the reactions of Shi Shanshan, Sun Qingxue, Gao Yu, and Gong Sunling were not included. At this time, no one would ignore the four of them. Shi Shanshan alone could fight Min Huafeng to a draw. What would happen if there were four of them? If they united, maybe these ordinary elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island would not be able to escape their attack. All the elders had a thought in their minds. Bei Shuangyu wanted to push the sect into the abyss. Her mind was so vicious, it seemed that she was no longer suitable to be the elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Of course, this was not the most shocking thing. What surprised them the most was that the sneak attack of Bei Shuangyu, a master of the Deshang stage. Even if they were close at hand, they could not react, but Yang Qin not only took it, but also made Bei Shuangyu embarrassed in one move, and she did not even dare to move. Such strength, even Min Huafeng could not do it. Everyone saw the incredible scene. Bei Shuangyu's figure had just appeared in front of Yang Qin, and her magic weapon had already begun to attack. But Yang Qin just gently stretched out his hand, and in the blink of an eye, he grabbed Bei Shuangyu's neck and pulled it down. The Deshang stage elder Bei was directly smashed into the ground by a junior in the early Yuanying stage. Subsequently, Yang Qin just easily took out a ghost blade that they had all heard of and placed it on the back of Bei Shuangyu's neck. Then Bei Shuangyu became more obedient than the most tame kitten. Not only did she not dare to raise her head, but she even did not dare to shake her body. What kind of terrifying scene was this? No one would think that Bei Shuangyu was giving in to the younger generation, and no one would think that Bei Shuangyu was afraid of death. One must know that such a famous person would rather die than allow herself to be humiliated. If this scene was changed to them, they would definitely hit their head on the blade and kill themselves. Such a great humiliation. Even if they survived, they would not have the face to see anyone. But not only did Bei Shuangyu not take the initiative to ask for death, she did not even dare to move. What did this mean? No one was a fool. They all understood that there must be something here that they did not know. At this moment, Yang Qin acted as if nothing had happened. He even let go of the handle of the ghost blade in his hand. He just put the blade on Bei Shuangyu's neck out of thin air. He sat on the ground, still calmly looking at the Lord of Tantai in the field. Although Bei Shuangyu was in the wrong first, she was still the elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Even if it was for the sake of the same sect, the other elders could not watch her suffer such a great humiliation. In front of them, such humiliation of Bei Shuangyu was simply a slap in their faces. The faces of several elders immediately became serious, and the atmosphere was more solemn. Yang Qin. Min Huafeng did not speak. It was another elder who stared at Yang Qin with a very unkind gaze. Elder Bei's behavior is wrong, but out of concern for the lord of the island, it is excusable. Put away your blade. Anyone in any sect who saw their fellow disciples being dealt with like this would have the same feeling. If it weren't for the strength that Yang Qin had just shown was too frightening, even elder Bei Shuangyu couldn't withstand it. Otherwise, they would have already grabbed him. First, they were afraid of Yang Qin. Second, it was their own people who started first. Third, Yang Qin's identity as an alchemy master and the cooperation between Chunyang Palace and the Green Jade Immortal Island for many years made them not take action immediately, but their tone was unprecedentedly harsh. However, although the tone was harsh, the words were not so righteous. Fools could see the purpose of Bei Shuangyu. In addition to being angry, there was another feeling, that was shame. As the elder of the Deshang stage of the Green Jade Immortal Island, not to mention Sneak attacking a Yuanying stage junior. She was also stopped by a move. After losing face, she didn't say that she wanted to end it herself, but she lost face for the sect. In addition to feeling that she had lost face, what other feelings could she have? This younger generation junior has offended you. Yang Chen was well behaved, his tone was calm, and he didn't make a move, and he put away the immortal beheading blade. Seeing Yang Chen like this, the faces of several elders were much better. Giving them face like this, when dealing with the aftermath, they had to be partial to Yang Chen. What made them feel strange was that although there was no threat of the immortal beheading blade on the back of Bei Xuanyu's neck, Bei Xuanyu's body was still lying in the same place, not moving. Several elders were surprised, and when they explored with their spiritual awareness, they found that Bei Xuanyu had fainted and lost consciousness. They didn't know if she was angry or scared. It was more likely that the former was the case. What a shame! Several elders shook their heads secretly in their hearts. They really didn't know how to express their feelings at the moment. They only felt that their faces were steaming hot, and they didn't even dare to look at Yang Chen's eyes. Fortunately, Yang Chen did not look at them, but kept staring at the Lord Tantai, which made them feel better. Chapter 1197. Just as everyone was feeling awkward and didn't know if they should help Bei Xuanyu up and send her off, the Lord of Tantai changed again. Pu-piyu! Another 2 mouthfuls of blood were spat out. However, there were some small black fragments in the blood. Everyone present was an expert, and they all realized this point. Good sign. The internal injuries and extravasated blood have been forced out. This time, the Lord of Tantai has improved again. Yang Chen looked at the small fragments in the 2 mouthfuls of blood and said in a low voice, "Congratulations!" Everyone was experienced and knowledgeable. From the appearance of the Lord of Tantai, they knew that what Yang Chen said was true. After spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, the Lord of Tantai became more energetic. This was enough to explain the problem. It was a good thing that the Lord of Tantai's cultivation had improved. This was enough to show that Yang Chen's 7 emotions pill was very useful. Thinking about this, everyone forgot about Bei Xuanyu and focused their attention on the Lord of Tantai. This situation didn't last for long. The elder with the highest cultivation was the first to notice the problem. Then, the other elders also noticed that something was wrong in the sky. The tribulation cloud had arrived and was slowly forming. Needless to say, other than the Lord of Tantai triggering the heavenly tribulation, there was no other possibility. Disperse! Min Huafeng shouted. With a wave of her hand, all the protective restrictions were removed. Then, Elder Min's figure flashed. She led the servants of Shi Shanshan who were hiding in their rooms and didn't dare to come out and quickly left the place. Everyone dispersed. An elder took the opportunity to pull Bei Xuanyu up and quickly left. A few elders who were faster had already started to urge the surrounding disciples to disperse and not disturb the Lord of Tantai's tribulation. In less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the surrounding area of several miles became empty without a single person. None of the disciples who were evacuated had any complaints. They were all outside the circle set up by the elders, looking inside with surprise and joy. Even in the green jade Immortal Island, it was not easy to see the scene of the Fire tribulation. The Lord of Tantai had been sitting cross-legged on the ground, even when the tribulation cloud was approaching. Soon, the Fire began to burn on the Lord Tantai's body. The first tribulation, the second tribulation, the third tribulation, until the 9th tribulation, the Lord Tantai sat cross-legged with the posture of the 5 hearts facing the sky. His body did not change at all. He quietly endured the 9 Fire tribulations and entered the realm of the Mahayana stage. Then the tribulation clouds dispersed, and a shocking aura was emitted from the Lord of Tantai's body. Tantai Ro, who was the island master of the Green Jade Immortal Island, was very imposing on ordinary days. This promotion to the Deshang stage was a step further. although she had just been promoted to the Deshang stage. In fact, she was already the same as the masters of the late Deshang stage. The island master was the island master. Even if she succeeded in crossing the tribulation, she did not laugh like many people. She was still as calm as ever. After sitting on the ground for a while, she slowly got up, and then her eyes immediately turned to Yangchen. "Congratulations to the island master!" The congratulatory voice sounded one after another, and everyone's face was full of joy. Their own island master's successful promotion to the Deshang stage was, of course, a gratifying thing. Only a few core elders knew that the Lord of Tantai could cross the tribulation so easily. Most of the credit should be attributed to Yang Chen's 7 Emotions pill. Without the previous tempering of the mind, without the experience of the Yin Fire tribulation in advance, the Lord of Tantai didn't even have the confidence to cross the tribulation. Unexpectedly, with just a 7 Emotions pill, the Lord of Tantai was promoted to the Deshang stage in one go. He smiled and gestured to the surrounding disciples. Soon, the surrounding disciples dispersed in excitement. This time they were a feast for the eyes. The situation of a Yuanying stage master crossing the Yin Fire tribulation was definitely an experience that they could not exchange for. The remaining elders were not only a few core elders, but almost all the elders of the Green Jade Immortal Island were here. The promotion of the island master to the Deshang stage was a great event for the sect, and it must be celebrated in any case. Yang Chen was soon invited to the VIP reception hall, and once again faced the Lord of Tantai and several core elders. The difference was that this time, the elder Bei Xuanyu was missing. For such a long time, Bei Xuanyu was still in a coma and did not wake up. No matter what the elders did, they could not wake up Bei Xuanyu. Although everyone did not know the reason, it was certain that it was related to Yangchen. The Lord of Tantai has been protected by the restriction and did not know what happened. Naturally, he also took the opportunity of inviting Yangchen to the VIP hall to learn about it from the mouths of several other elders. After listening to the story, even the Lord of Tantai couldn't help but blush a little. At the same time, he scolded in his heart. With Bei Xuanyu's behavior, how could she talk to Yangchen about the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires pill? The efficacy of the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires pill. The Lord of Tantai had personally tested it and was naturally clear. Such a powerful medicinal pill. How many masters could be created in the sect? How much could the strength of the sect be improved? The Lord of Tantai also knew. In any case, she would not give up the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires pill. Yangchen, the Green Jade Immortal Island, want to order a batch of these 7 Emotions and 6 Desires pill. You name a price. After thinking about it, the island master could only go straight to the point and talk about it face to face. Other methods of beating around the bush and selling secrets were all useless. As long as Yangchen pretended to be stupid, in the end, the Green Jade Immortal Island would have to make it clear. Island master, now the Green Jade Immortal Island is not rich. Let's not waste resources to buy these 7 Emotions and 6 Desires pill, right? Yang Chen slowly opened his mouth and put on a very thoughtful posture for the Green Jade Immortal Island. He said earnestly, "Let's focus our resources on the most basic needs first." Not rich? Where did this come from? The Lord of Tantai was stunned and asked without thinking about it. As soon as he said it, he realized his mistake, but it was too late to change it. Island Master doesn't have to hide it. Speaking of it, this younger generation junior is not an outsider and will never disclose it. Yang Chen still had that calm tone, but the content of the words was a bit unpleasant. If it is rich, Shanshan's portion will not be reduced so much. Even Shanshan herself has to do those dangerous tasks to earn spirit stones for the sect. This younger generation, junior, still has some spirit stones here. If the island master doesn't mind this younger generation junior, please accept it. This is also a small thing for Shanshan's sect. As he said, Yang Qin took out a Qinkuan bag, put it on the table, and then gently pushed it in front of the Lord of Tantai. including the Lord of Tantai. All the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island were flushed. Yang Chen's affectation was simply a slap in their faces, and it was the kind of loud sound. Chapter 1198. Yang Chen beat another elder into a coma in front of several elders, which made the Green Jade Immortal Island lose face, but did not make them feel so embarrassed. After all, only a few people knew about that matter, and these people were masters with brains. They knew what was good and bad, and they also knew what was right and wrong. Therefore, for Bei Shuangyu's experience, their anger was actually greater than their resentment for Yang Chen. In the end, Yang Chen was still an outsider. Even if Bei Shuangyu dealt with Yang Chen, it was also dealing with an outsider. However, Shi Shanshan was not a person of other sect, but a genius who was cultivated as the future pillar of the sect. What was ridiculous was that the elders of their own sect would target their own genius disciple because of their own mistakes, and the person who should have sheltered this genius disciple didn't even know about this, and it was Yang Chen, an outsider, who came to expose it. Under the calculation of the inside and outside, the elders felt that they had been slapped in the face even more, especially Elder Min Huafeng. She now felt a little ashamed. This news had not yet reached the ears of ordinary disciples. If it was spread out, she, a dignified elder, couldn't even protect a core disciple like Shi Shanshan. Who would dare to rely on her? This matter is the fault of our sect. After Shanshan comes back, everything that should be there will never be a shortage. The Lord of Tantai was also a person who could take it up and put it down. He originally wanted to rely heavily on Yang Chen. Now that there was the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill, not to mention, he immediately expressed his position to Yang Chen. The Lord of Tantai couldn't help but express his position. Looking at Yang Chen's appearance, he first suppressed the number of appearance pill, and then took out the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill. In the end, he was asking for justice for his wife. If Yang Chen was not satisfied, this matter would never have a good result. To be honest, Senior, do you think that this junior will let Shanshan be short of anything? If a light sentence of no shortage of things could satisfy Yang Chen, then Yang Chen was too easy to dismiss. Yang Chen didn't put the monthly allowance of the sect in his eyes. He just wanted justice. Even if there was this justice, he didn't want anything. The island master also sighed in her heart. It seemed that if she didn't show enough sincerity, she wouldn't let Yang Chen nod. She could only give up Bei Shuangyu. Speaking of it, Bei Shuangyu's approach was a bit excessive. Even if she used the reason of worrying about the sect master, it didn't make sense. Her posture was not to capture Yang Chen alive. Now, not only was it embarrassing because of this matter, but even the Lord of Tantai also owed Yang Chen a big favor. A free 7 emotions pill made her directly rush from the peak Yuanying stage to the Desheng stage. She didn't know how to return this favor in the future. If they didn't maintain the link between Shi Shanshan and Yang Chen, it was estimated that the Green Jade Immortal Island could only watch the Blue Cloud sect skyrocket in the future. Bei Shuangyu's duty is wrong. She will be stripped of her position as an elder, and she will be punished to retreat for 100 years in the eye of the sea. Thinking of this, the Lord of Tantai announced directly, Lu Ziwei deliberately schemed against the disciples of the sect. She will be stripped of her position as an elder, punished with 1,000 strokes of the stick, and punished with 200 years in the eye of the sea. The eye of the sea was a natural sea eye in a sea area around the Green Jade Immortal Island. The sea eye would eject a scorching current every day with the changes of the tide. The disciples below the Yuanying stage could be killed by this scorching current. Only the disciples above the Yuanying stage could resist this terrifying current. Whether it was a retreat or a wall, in fact, they were locked on the bottom of the sea and couldn't escape. They were washed by the terrifying current every day. Those who were punished could only mobilize the cultivation base of their whole body to be able to resist, which was unbearable. This was also the heaviest punishment of the Green Jade Immortal Island, in addition to direct beheading and abolishing the cultivation base and expulsion from the sect. It could be said that Bei Shuangyu and Lu Ziwei could only struggle to carry their respective punishment time on the seabed. For Bei Shuangyu and Lu Ziwei, who were the core elders and an ordinary elder, it had to be said that this was a very serious punishment. The Lord of Tantai announced the handling of the two elders, and Yang Chen's face looked a little better. But Yang Chen seemed to still be angry, and his eyes swept over to Elder Min. "This is my fault. I didn't care enough about Shanshan before." Min Huafeng was originally a straightforward character, and Yang Chen's eyes were obviously dissatisfied with her. Elder Min simply admitted her mistake. "I will personally take care of her in the future, and I will never let Shanshan suffer any grievances again." Because of a small monthly salary being deducted, a core elder and an ordinary elder were disqualified as elders. She believed that in the future, anyone in the Green Jade Immortal Island who wanted to have any crooked thoughts about Shanshan would subconsciously calculate whether it was worth it or not. Until this moment, Yang Chen's face was considered to have returned to normal. Facing the Lord of Tantai, he slowly said, "This 7 emotions and 6 desires pill is not difficult to refine, but the raw materials are very rare and the quantity is not much. As for how to exchange, let's wait for Shanshan to come back and talk about it." The implication was that he had to wait for Shanshan to come back to see if she was satisfied. It could be said that Yang Chen was considerate for his wife and must fight for the highest position for her in the sect. The Lord of Tantai could only smile bitterly. Who knew that their little carelessness would let things develop to such a point? Speaking of it, it was also their fault for not taking enough care of Shanshan on weekdays. If they often asked, even if the person in charge of the warehouse had a million guts, he would not dare to follow the instructions of Lu Ziwei to disgust Shanshan. Of course, Yang Chen was not without any sincerity. The news of the appearance pill was originally released first, so as long as he informed Shanghai Feng, everything would be the same. In this way, at least the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island were relieved. As long as the original state was restored, those disciples had no reason to be anxious. The small storm passed quickly, and Yang Chen stayed in Shanshan's small courtyard as usual, waiting for Shanshan to come back. During this time, the Lord of Tantai and several core elders' evaluation of Yang Chen had risen by several levels. Bei Shuangyu didn't wake up until 7 days later, but after waking up, she also became a timid person. The slightest movement, Bei Shuangyu would tremble all over, and she didn't even dare to breathe. No matter how the Lord of Tantai and the others asked, they couldn't get any useful information from Bei Shuangyu. The elders who witnessed everything with their own eyes were very strange. Yang Chen obviously just fell and then used the immortal beheading blade to scare Bei Shuangyu. How did he make Bei Shuangyu become like this? Although they didn't know what method Yang Chen used, it was certain that from the beginning, Yang Chen did not intend to let Bei Shuangyu go. Chapter 1199. Even if it was the Green Jade Immortal Island, they were also worried about the loss of a master of the Deshang stage, not to mention an elder who was a core elder. If they ignored it, then the Green Jade Immortal Island would not be one of the 5 major sects. Yang Chen, you tell me honestly, what did you do to Elder Bei? Elder Min and Yang Chen had the most contact. Shanshan was not there, so she became the best person to communicate with Yang Chen. How did Elder Bei become like that? Elder Bei? Yang Chen was very puzzled and asked, hasn't she been disqualified as an elder? Why are you still calling her Elder Bei? I'm used to it. I can't change it for a while. Min Huafeng couldn't help but be angry. Yang Chen simply had an unforgiving posture. Until now, he was still holding on to this little title. She could only explain it and then wait for Yang Chen's answer. Of course, Yang Chen couldn't always put on a show and make a core elder like this. No sect would be polite to him. The Green Jade Immortal Island has not pursued Yang Chen's responsibility until now, which was already a model of being reasonable. She was shocked. It's just a small matter. Yang Chen quickly explained the current situation of Bei Shuangyu and gave a solution. If it is handled normally, it will take about 200 years to recover. However, since it is a punishment on the other side of the sea, the recovery time can be greatly shortened. Oh, but why? Elder Min didn't think of the key to this for a while and couldn't help but ask curiously. When you usually cultivate, your mind will always be thinking about being frightened, and your mind will be restless, so naturally it will take a little longer. Yang Qin wasn't afraid to tell Min Huafeng. He explained in detail, if you're being punished, you'll focus on resisting the current and have no time to care about anything else. Naturally, you'll recover quickly. Although Min Huafeng was unhappy with Bei Shuangyu for picking on Shi Shanshan, she couldn't help but gasp when she heard Yang Chen's explanation. If the sect didn't punish Bei Shuangyu, then she wouldn't be able to cultivate normally for the next 200 years. Moreover, looking at the courage she was displaying now, she reckoned that even if she was facing an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator, she might not necessarily dare to take the initiative to attack. Strictly speaking, what was the difference between this and crippling Bei Shuangyu for 200 years? Yang Qin was really amazing. Even the sect's response was also considered. Fortunately, the Lord of Tantai made a prompt decision. Otherwise, not only would the sect become enemies with Yang Qin, they wouldn't be able to get the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill, and even their own talented disciples would be alienated. How long will it take to recover like this? She always felt that Bei Shuangyu deserved it, but Elder Min still needed to know the exact time, otherwise it would be difficult to explain to the Lord of Tantai. Not much, just a few decades. Yang Qin replied without concealing anything, as if it was a trivial matter. Who would have thought that this turned out to be a big event that determined the fate of a master of the Deshang stage? Hearing this answer, Min Huafeng also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It didn't matter if it was a few decades, Bei Shuangyu hadn't even come out of seclusion, which was a good thing for her and the Green Jade Immortal Island for the time being. The Lord of Tantai indirectly learned about Yang Chen's attitude from Elder Min. After discussing with several core elders, the group of guys who managed the warehouse were punished. Everyone was whipped, and everyone felt the anger of the top management. The matter of Yang Qin dealing with Bei Shuangyu was also carefully suppressed by the core elders. Basically, no one knew the specific truth. However, the crimes of Bei Shuangyu and Lu Ziwei were announced, all of which were related to Shi Shanshan, which really shocked all the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island. Although there were several elders who were not very happy, under the comfort of the Lord of Tantai and the need for the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill, they did not do anything to Yang Qin. Yang Chen was able to quietly wait for the return of Shi Shanshan. This time, Shi Shanshan came back very quickly. Yang Qin only waited for less than 4 months before he waited for Shi Shanshan's return. Shi Shanshan first handed in the task of the sect before returning to her courtyard. What surprised Shi Shanshan was that when she handed in the task, the disciple in charge of the reception was almost accompanied by a smile all the way. He was eager to help Shi Shanshan do everything that could be done, which was completely different from the previous indifference. As soon as she came back, before she entered the courtyard, Shi Shanshan noticed the existence of Yang Qin, and she felt a warmth from afar. "Husband!" Shi Shanshan sped up her pace and almost ran into the courtyard. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she saw Yang Qin waiting for her with a smile. There were no outsiders around, and the servants were not in front of her. Shi Shanshan almost threw herself into the arms of Yang Qin, hugging Yang Qin and not letting go. "Let husband have a good look." After the two of them hugged each other for a while, Yang Qin then started to look at Shi Shanshan seriously. The dangerous task of the sect had basically put Shi Shanshan in a dangerous situation during this period of time. However, it had to be said that it had a very significant effect on training Shi Shanshan. Compared to the last time when they parted, the originally aggressive aura of Shi Shanshan had disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a kind of calmness like that of a lady from a wealthy family. All the sharpness seemed to be wrapped under this calm appearance, and there was not a single trace of it leaked out. Very good. Next, let's go and get that thing. Yang Chen was very satisfied. Sure, Shanshan had become more and more introverted, and the preparation was very adequate. She was just waiting for the road. Of course, Sure Shanshan also learned from Yang Chen what happened to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Hearing that Bei Shuangyu and Lu Ziwei had paid a painful price for this, Sure Shanshan only gave a faint sound, as if this was a matter of course. When the husband and wife met, Yang Chen would not favor one and discriminate against the other. After cultivating the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra with Sure Shanshan, Sure Shanshan immediately realized that she had already reached the second grade of human immortal spiritual awareness. Even with the calmness of Sure Shanshan, she couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Husband, how much have you surpassed us?" Sure Shanshan couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that her husband was getting stronger and stronger. Although his cultivation base had returned to the early Yuanying stage, the degree of condensation had been greatly improved. Moreover, his spiritual awareness had actually reached the pinnacle of the human immortal realm. Even if Sure Shanshan was an evildoer, she was also shocked. "Okay, let's go and collect the thing I said." After all the preparatory work was done, after bidding farewell to the high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island, Yang Chen took Sure Shanshan and embarked on the way out. Chapter 1200. When Sure Shanshan returned to the sect, of course, she felt the difference in the sect, and the servants also told her everything that had happened recently. In this regard, Sure Shanshan had only joy in her heart. When she got along with Yang Chen, she was more affectionate, not like the cold and aloof ice beauty at all. However, she was only like this in front of Yang Chen. In front of others, she was still the proud genius. Sure Shanshan didn't even ask Yang Chen what he was planning to do with the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill. Since Yang Chen showed it here, it was obvious that he would take it out. Some things had to be delayed a little to let the sect see their own importance. At this point, Sure Shanshan's perception was not as bad as imagined. Until Yang Chen left the Green Jade Immortal Island with Sure Shanshan, Sure Shanshan didn't know what Yang Chen was going to take her to get this time. Yang Chen only said that it was important for Sure Shanshan's cultivation, and it was the last time he interfered with Sure Shanshan's cultivation. Sure Shanshan attached great importance to this. After returning from the mortal world experience, Sure Shanshan has been constantly looking for various opportunities to hone herself, because Yang Chen said that she should further step up her cultivation. Now Sure Shanshan's spiritual power cultivation base has reached the peak of the middle Yuanying stage, and she will soon enter the late Yuanying stage. In Yang Chen's estimation, it has already met his requirements. Yang Chen intended to give Sure Shanshan a pure yang sword Qi left when he killed a powerful guy on the Immortal Executioner stage. It was said that this sword Qi was given to him by Lu Dongbin. Although Yang Chen didn't know how powerful the sword Qi was, as long as it involved a powerful guy like Lu Dongbin, it would not be weak. With Sure Shanshan's character, she would rather break than bend and press forward with an indomitable will. She was most suitable to use this supreme pure yang, sword Qi, to cultivate. Her Tao was also the closest to the Tao of this pure yang, sword Qi. How could Yang Chen let such a good thing remain in the mortal world? The place where the sword Qi was kept was in a remote mountain range. Sometimes Yang Chen was very curious. Why did these ancient experts hide their treasures in such a desolate place? Couldn't they find an incomparably prosperous place and hide it in the city? After arriving at the place, Yang Chen realized that this place was not just desolate. What the two of them saw was a barren mountain range. Apart from rocks, there was not even a speck of green. Not only was there no scenery, but even the spiritual power within thousands of miles was very thin. It was hard to believe that this was the hiding place of a cultivation treasure. However, if one were to refer to the secret plane where the black tortoise shield was located, or the situation of the Xiangyang Mountain Medicine Garden at that time. It could not be guessed that it was because of the cultivation treasure that almost absorbed the spiritual power within thousands of miles. That was why it was so desolate. All the mountain peaks were very steep stone mountains. The mountain rocks were rugged and had all kinds of sharp edges. It was as if they were not formed naturally, but were cut by something. After many years of sandstorms, it was weathered everywhere. Although it was not like a desert, it was not far from that state. There were very few living creatures in the large area around it. Even if there were, they were just birds flying in the sky. Moreover, these birds did not live here at all. They were just passing by. Speaking of which, this place was a barren land. There was no water, and the soil was the kind of fine sand and stones formed after the weathering of the stone. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but stone. However, Sher Shanshan felt that the atmosphere here was very comfortable. Soon both of them discovered that this was actually a large metal mine. Most of the stones in their eyes were metal ores. The aura of the metal attribute was everywhere. No wonder Sher Shanshan, who had the metal attribute, felt comfortable. After discovering this, Sher Shanshan's face, which had always been calm, could not help but show a trace of expectation. She didn't know what Yang Qin gave her, but one thing was certain: it must be a good thing of the metal attribute, which was suitable for her own cultivation. "Where did this little baby come from? What are you doing here?" A sudden voice suddenly sounded, as if the person was in their ears. The tone was very kind, like an elder who loved the younger generation. Neither of them was surprised. With the two of them having the spiritual awareness of the second-grade human immortal, they had already discovered the master of the Deshang stage who was hiding there. They just saw that he was just paying attention and had no intention of making a move, so they ignored him. "I'm here to take something." Yang Qin didn't even intend to hide it, since he had already come here. He didn't want to give up the pure yang, sword chi, to others. With his current strength, facing one or two masters of the mortal world, there was no one who could make him retreat. "What is it?" The tone suddenly became urgent, containing a hint of excitement. At the same time as the voice sounded, the person also appeared in front of Yang Qin and Sher Shanshan like a ghost. A middle-aged scholar, looking elegant, quite a bit like the style of Ancestor Lu in Yang Chen's memory. It was just that, in this barren land, such a person suddenly appeared. It seemed a bit out of place. "It's not a big deal." Yang Qin didn't seem to think there was a problem at all, and replied without concealment, "It's a sword chi." "Sword chi?" The middle-aged scholar's eyes lit up, and he suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment. He muttered to himself, "That's right, it should be sword chi. Nothing lives here, not even a blade of grass grows. All the mountains seem to have been cut by an axe or a knife. Other than sharp sword chi, there's no other explanation." After talking to himself for a while, the middle-aged scholar couldn't help but laugh, and his voice shook the wilderness. Yang Qin and Sher Shanshan looked at him as if they were looking at a madman, and no one spoke. On the journey, even if the two loved each other, it was a little boring. It was good to have such a person jump out to mediate the atmosphere. "Where is it? Tell this old man. This old man will spare your life." After laughing, the middle-aged scholar suddenly stopped. His face suddenly became stiff, as if he had changed into a different person, and asked viciously. Of course, it was just a verbal threat. The two juniors in the Yuanying stage were not worthy of him coming up. It should be in this area. Yang Qin didn't seem to feel the changes in the scholar. He had always been ignorant, and ignorant of the world. It was like the first time he went out, he was immediately exposed to the wind. But where is the specific place? I have to find it again. How do we find it? The scholar immediately followed up, afraid that Yang Chan would find something wrong and not answer. Senior has been here for so long, you should know where the gold chi is the strongest, right? Yang Qin still asked without any defense. Chapter 1201. The metal chi is the strongest. The scholar was stunned, and then immediately realized what was going on. A smile appeared on his face. I know, Hee Hee Jr., With a laugh, the middle-aged scholar was about to make a move. Before he could finish his words, Yang Chen said another sentence at this moment. The strongest place of the metal chi is not where the sword chi is. The laughter that he thought was successful was suddenly forced back into his throat, making the middle-aged scholar feel uncomfortable, like he had eaten a fly. He forcibly stopped himself from blurting out the words die, and asked anxiously, "Where is it?" It's really brainless. The sword chi needs to be nourished by the metal chi. After so many years, I don't know how much of the metal chi has been absorbed. Where can it be the strongest? Of course, it is the weakest place. Yang Qin said, as if he was teaching a child, looking at the middle-aged Deshang stage scholar with disdainful eyes, as if looking at a brainless fool. It makes sense. The middle-aged scholar was stunned and then nodded. He was about to speak again, and his hands were clenched, and he was about to make a move. There should be restrictions around the sword chi. Otherwise, the sword chi would have already dissipated. Yang Qin seemed to have never seen it. He said to himself, and his eyes were still looking around. Shi Shanshan has been watching coldly from the side. Yang Chen's performance in the eyes of a bystander was simply playing with this guy who came out of nowhere. A master of the Deshang stage was like a child being played by Yang Chen. But after hearing that it was a sword chi, Shi Shanshan couldn't help but start to look forward to it. The sword chi that could make Yang Chen never forget. Even if she thought with her toes, she knew that it was a good thing. There were restrictions around the sword chi. This was common sense. A thought immediately flashed in the middle-aged scholar's mind. If he killed Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan now, maybe he would have to look at the sword chi and not be able to collect it. Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan made it clear that there was something passed down from their ancestors that let them come here to collect the sword chi. Maybe if they broke the restriction together, he could get the greatest benefits. This old man has been here for many years and is very familiar with it. Let this old man take you to find it. The middle-aged scholar immediately changed his tone and became enthusiastic. He didn't know that Yang Chen was planning to let him be a guide. He looked at Shi Shanshan, and both of them saw the hidden smile in each other's eyes. Yang Chen nodded, then took Shi Shanshan's little hand and went with the scholar to the place where the scholar knew the weakest gold chi. If Gong Sunling was there, where the gold chi was the strongest and where the weakest, they could know it by just walking around. But now it was obvious that Gong Sunling was not in front of them. If Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan were looking for it in such a large area, it was estimated that they would not be able to find it without looking for 6 months. With this ready-made guide who took the initiative to jump out, the two could save a lot of time. Looking at the posture of this guy, it was estimated that he also found that there was a problem in this area, so he had been wandering here. Otherwise, how could a master of the Deshang stage spend time in this barren land? The scholar took the lead, and the two followed. After flying for a full day, the three flew to a mountain peak. This mountain peak was not the tallest, but it was the most dangerous one. The mountain rocks stood tall like sharp swords piercing the sky. However, they had been eroded by the wind, and the foot of the mountain was littered with pebbles. There was a small hole halfway up the mountain. The hole was very small, and only one person could squeeze through sideways. Rather than calling it a cave, it would be more accurate to call it a gap between two huge rocks. There was also a large rock outside that happened to block the line of sight from several directions. Those who did not know this place, like the back of their hand, would not be able to discover that there was a small cave here. The scholar took the lead, Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan followed and squeezed in, and then found out that there was a different world inside. After entering, there was a big hole that was much wider than the entrance of the cave. It was also formed by several rocks piled up together. However, these were not the key points. The key point was that on the ground of this big hole, there was a deep well of unknown depth, which exuded a burst of cold aura. Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan both subconsciously explored it with their spiritual awareness. As a result, they were shocked to find that their spiritual awareness could not explore the deep well at all. Even in the cave, There was a feeling of exploring the essence. If it was outside, this feeling would make them believe that this was a solid mountain, and they could not find this cave at all, let alone the deep well. This old man has lived here for more than 600 years, and I found this cave by accident. Without a big opportunity, it is impossible to find it. The scholar said with some pride. Of course, he understood the specialness here. Seeing that Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan seemed to be a little surprised, he said it. This is the place where the gold qi is the weakest. After the scholar showed off his own opportunity, he said the following words. However, this old man has also gone down this deep well. It is empty, there is nothing, and there is no trace of restriction. I don't know if it is the place you are looking for. Yang Chen had been observing carefully since he came in. Now he was almost sure that this was the destination he was looking for. Not to mention anything else. Just the cold air coming out of the deep well was already proof. It should be here, not bad. Yang Chen did not expect that it would be so smooth. It seemed that it was really good to have a local tyrant. It saved him a lot of effort. If this guy was not so impure, Yang Chen would not mind giving him some benefits. But now, it was up to him to make his own choice. The scholar's eyes lit up again, and then he acted as if nothing had happened. Yang Chen had already begun to cast the restriction over there, and the scholar naturally would not interfere. This silly kid took the initiative to open the restriction, saving him the trouble of extorting a confession after he was taken down. Since he was so tactful, he could let him die more comfortably. As for the beautiful woman, he was lacking a good cultivation furnace. Wasn't this a gift from the heavens? Yang Chen's chant was continuous and very complicated. After the middle-aged scholar watched for a long time, he was even more proud of his previous decision. Such a complicated chant. Even if he asked, he might not be able to cast it easily. Finally, when Yang Chen's secret technique was finished, the original dark, deep well, the bottom of the well began to shine. At first, it was only a very faint spot, but later it became brighter and brighter and even began to dazzle. The supreme pure yang sword qi, left behind by ancestor Lu, finally appeared once again after being sealed for countless years. Chapter 1202. From the beginning of the light, the three people's eyes were all focused on the faint light. They watched the light get brighter and brighter, and finally became dazzling. The deep well, which was originally empty, finally showed its true appearance after Yang Chen's restriction gesture. A huge long sword, which almost extended from the bottom of the well to the mouth of the well, showed a bright phantom, and appeared in front of the three people out of thin air. The fierce and unparalleled sword qi could even be felt without contact. The sword qi in the sky was crisscrossing, and the top of the entire mountain seemed to suddenly become sharper. The birds that were still dozens of miles away didn't even dare to fly in this direction, as if there was something that made them extremely terrified. All of this, the three people in the cave couldn't know for the time being. Everyone's eyes were focused on getting the sword shadow, and no one wanted to look away. Yang Chen didn't make a move, and he didn't give any hints. Shi Shanshan certainly wouldn't make a move. She just admired it at a close distance. However, the two of them didn't move, but the middle-aged scholar couldn't help it anymore and began to make a move eagerly. With a soft sound, Yang Chen, who had been standing there watching, suddenly appeared a sword tip. It pierced from Yang Chen's back and then came out from Yang Chen's chest. At the same time, the middle-aged scholar had already pointed at Shi Shanshan. Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan both had the same unbelievable eyes. They stared at the middle-aged scholar, and then their bodies softly collapsed to the ground. I'll teach you a lesson. Don't trust everyone you meet in the future. The middle-aged scholar was quite happy. He didn't know how the two rookies cultivated to the Yuanying stage. They didn't even have any experience in the martial arts world. They were simply two hotheads who didn't care about the world. Kid, you can go in peace. I will treat your beautiful wife as a favorite concubine. The middle-aged scholar said proudly, and his face couldn't hide the ecstasy on it. You can take a good look at how I collect this sword chi before you die. It can be regarded as letting you die in peace. As the scholar spoke, he extended his hand and pointed at the tip of the huge longsword phantom while laughing out loud. A drop of blood immediately seeped out from the scholar's fingertip and stained the long sword. The sword's shadow extended from the bottom of the well all the way to the mouth of the well, so it was very easy to do this. Dripping blood to recognize the owner was the most basic method of establishing a connection with a magic weapon in advance. Compared to the control of divine sense, it was several levels lower. However, it was simple and effective. Although it was a temporary recognition, it could buy time for him to further refine it in the future. The middle-aged scholar wasn't someone who didn't know anything. He naturally knew how terrifying the sword chi was after being nurtured here for countless years. It was unrealistic for him to collect it in a short period of time, so he used this method. As long as the sword chi did not attack him for the time being, there was hope for him to subdue it in the future. As the scholar expected, when the huge long sword phantom saw the blood, it seemed to suddenly find its master. With a flash of light, all the phantoms drilled into the scholar's body from the place where the blood oozed out. After the sword chi entered his body, the scholar's expression became serious. He carefully stood where he was and felt the sword chi in his body. After a while, he revealed an expression of relief and a smile appeared on his face. Ha 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 ha. The scholar began to laugh wildly again. He began to say to himself again because of ecstasy, 600 years, I finally got this sword chi. Ha 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 ha. 600 years, 600 years, ha 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 ha. After laughing wildly, the scholar looked down at Yang Qin and Shi Shan, who were lying on the ground. He didn't hide his pride and joy. He laughed and said, I still have to thank the two of you for solving the puzzle of 600 years for me and giving me a beautiful cauldron. This trip was not in vain. I forgot to remind the predecessor. In the arrogant laughter of the scholar, Yang Qin, whose chest was pierced by the flying sword, should have been dying, but he sat up as if nothing had happened. His voice was calm, where was there any injury? This sword chi has been nourished in the place of golden chi for hundreds of thousands of years. The impurities in the golden chi will form a protective shell outside the sword chi. Moreover, these impurities are impure and very difficult to control. In the stunned eyes of the middle-aged scholar, Yang Qin got up with a smile and said slowly, if I want to refine these golden chi impurities, it will take at least hundreds of years or longer. But there is a predecessor who volunteered to use his physical body as a trial and also used his flesh and blood to attract it. It saved me a lot of effort. Thank you very much. Not only Yang Qin, but Shi Shan next to him also got up as if nothing had happened. There was no sign of being controlled. The performance of the two of them made the middle-aged scholar in the Deshang stage not dare to look at his own eyes. Was everything he saw fake? To be honest, Shi Shan was also a bit strange. Yang Chen's chest had obviously been pierced. How could he be so relaxed? However, Yang Qin had hinted to Shi Shan to wait and see. Shi Shan had absolute trust in Yang Qin and also acted. Now that she saw Yang Qin sitting up and scathed, her heart was naturally happy. Listening to Yang Chen's words, Shi Shan couldn't help but laugh in her heart. Everything was in the control of her husband. She didn't know what the middle-aged scholar, who thought that he controlled everything, was feeling at the moment. However, it was obvious that the scholar had no time to investigate why Yang Chen's chest was pierced. He had discovered the abnormality in his body, and his face began to become ugly. Mournful cries came from the scholar's mouth, as if he was suffering from some kind of pain. His body would constantly swell up and then collapse. Here and there it kept appearing. Chi, 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 chi. A continuous sound rang from the scholar's body. A bloody mouth appeared on the scholar's body, and then a bright light flew out of the bloody mouth, bringing a burst of blood mist. Those flying out of the light only flew a few steps away and was swallowed by a dragon shadow that appeared from nowhere. The impurities of this supreme sword qi were Xiao Tian's favorite delicacy. It was simply a natural tonic, especially after the nourishment of the Deshang stage master's flesh and blood. It was even more delicious. In addition to screaming, the middle-aged scholar could only watch his body being pierced by the sword qi, and the flying sword qi was swallowed by Xiao Tian. Every time the sword qi flew out, it would take away a lot of vitality of the scholar. Slowly, the voice of the scholar became lower and lower, and then there was no sound. Chapter 1203. Xiao Tian belched with satisfaction in the air, swallowed the last strand of sword qi impurities that flew out, and then hit Yang Chen's body and disappeared. The scene of Yang Chen's chest being pierced just now was that the other party's flying sword flew from the back into the mouth of Xiao Tian, and then Xiao Tian appeared in Yang Chen's chest in the fastest time and spat out the tip of the sword. On the surface, it was indeed like Yang Chen's chest was pierced. In fact, Yang Chen was not even hurt. As for Yang Chen's not bleeding, many people in the Jiedan stage could do this, not to mention that Yang Chen was also a Yuanying stage master. However, the scholar thought that he had destroyed Yang Chen's vitality, so he deliberately did not make up for it, but let Yang Chen watch the process of him refining the sword qi in order to show his own pride. Not only did he not harm others, but he also harmed himself. Before the scholar died, he might have thought of this sentence. Especially after hearing these explanations from Yang Chen, it was estimated that this unwillingness was even more obvious. Yang Chen really intended that if this guy was tactful, everyone would benefit from it. Although the sword qi body couldn't be given to him, the impurities of the golden qi outside, if he could refine it, it would also be a rare good thing. But now the benefits were given to Xiao Tian first. Without the outer golden shell, the body of the sword qi was finally revealed. At the bottom of the well, Yang Chen jumped down and easily took out the scabbard that contained the sword qi and handed it to Shi Shanshan. The real pure Yang sword qi was not so long at all. It was less than 3 feet long, thin as a gossamer, shining with some faint light, constantly wandering in the scabbard. Just from its appearance alone, it was much worse than the impurities of the gold qi. It did not have a soaring aura, nor did it have a glorious appearance. It looked like a thin earthworm. The scabbard also looked very ordinary. It was made of metal and looked very ancient, but that was all. It didn't have a gorgeous appearance, nor did it have a threatening aura. If it was someone else, no matter who saw it, they would at most treat it as an antique scabbard. Who would take it seriously? However, Shi Shanshan was not the kind of shallow person who would judge a book by its cover. With her husband, Yang Chen, who was almost omniscient, there was nothing good that could escape his discerning eyes. Even with Shi Shanshan's composure, she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat when she received the scabbard. Shanshan, this is a pure Yang sword qi that Ancestor Lu left for his friend back then. It is indestructible and has an unparalleled aura. It suits your sword Dao. Yang Chen finally told Shi Shanshan about the origin of this sword qi. In the future, your cultivation will be to refine and subdue this sword qi. I believe that from now until you ascend to the spiritual realm, you will continue this process for many years. This was not Yang Chen underestimating Shi Shanshan's ability, but this sword qi was indeed so powerful. The foundation left behind by Ancestor Lu, coupled with the fact that it had been nurtured for hundreds of thousands of years in this gold qi-dense land, to put it bluntly, let alone the sword qi left behind by Ancestor Lu. Even a fart would be the most powerful fart in the mortal world, let alone the supreme pure Yang sword qi. Similarly, Shanshan, this is the last time your husband interferes with your cultivation. Yang Chen said very formally and seriously, the direction of your cultivation in the future will depend on you. I believe that one day you will become my pride. This was not the first time Yang Chen had said this, but now that Shi Shanshan had obtained the sword qi, she truly understood the value of everything that Yang Chen had arranged for her. Shi Shanshan could not help but feel a warm current in her eyes. The warmth in her heart was a happiness that Sir Shanshan had never felt from her master in the sect. "Husband, aren't you afraid that after I refine this sword qi, you won't be able to beat me?" Fortunately, Sir Shanshan has always been in a good state of mind, and she quickly controlled her emotions. She buried her head in Yang Chen's embrace and felt this happiness closely before asking jokingly, "How could it be?" Yang Chen lowered his head and kissed his wife gently, then said with a smile, "You refine the sword qi, of course. This scabbard belongs to me. In the future, you will still not be able to escape from your husband's hands." A scabbard that could accommodate pure yang sword qi, as long as one was not a fool. They would definitely know that this was a good thing. Sure Shanshan refined the sword qi. Her body was the scabbard, so naturally she would not use it. The ownership of this scabbard, needless to say, it must belong to Yangchen. Moreover, if this kind of seventh metal holy object was added to the immortal beheading blade, the quality of the immortal beheading blade would definitely be improved. If he refined the space connection point in the future, with the addition of Xiaotian, Yangchen could not imagine who else could resist his immortal beheading blade. "Let's go! There is going to be a drastic change here," Yangchen gently reminded Sher Shanshan. Sher Shanshan still stayed in Yangchen's arms and did not want to move. Yangchen smiled, summoned the shuttle, and then quickly rushed into the sky. Shortly after the shuttle left, the entire area of thousands of miles began to shake violently. Countless mountain peaks, in the shaking of the earth, fell in pieces and collapsed. It was not an exaggeration to describe it as being turned upside down. Fortunately, there were no living things at all, otherwise it was not known how many people would be in distress. The situation of the mountain collapsing lasted for more than an hour before stopping. When everything was calm, the original scene of the mountain peaks had undergone earth-shaking changes and directly became a large pit covering thousands of miles. Rain clouds began to gather in the sky. This was something that had never happened before. Then, raindrops began to fall quickly. Countless water droplets fell from the sky and gathered in this huge pit. The water level rose a little bit, and the surrounding area also had rivers that changed their course and flowed to this area. Soon a lake was formed here. It was believed that over time, this place would become a huge lake. The river would bring the creatures in the water, and the surrounding spiritual power seemed to be supplemented and slowly returned to normal. As long as a few years passed, this place would be full of vitality. Maybe there would be cultivators coming here to cultivate, but these were all in the future. Yangchen and Sher Shanshan no longer paid attention to this. Yangchen directly returned to the sea with Sher Shanshan and plunged into the bottom of the sea. After placing the Dragon Palace, the two entered the Dragon Palace. On the huge East China Sea map, Yangchen chose several places with the richest spiritual veins and directly placed a large amount of seventh metal true essence liquid on them. Then he let Sher Shanshan's whole body soak in the seventh metal true essence liquid and sat on the black jade futon and began to guide Sher Shanshan to refine this pure yang sword qi. Chapter 1204. Sher Shanshan's aptitude for cultivation was a genius among geniuses. The innate gold spirit root was full value. Later, after Yangchen introduced the acquired spirit root, she tested it again, and the acquired gold spirit root was also full value. This kind of innate and acquired aptitude was the same kind of single attribute of the 5 elements, so that when she cultivated the metal attribute cultivation method, it was absolutely like adding wings to a tiger. It was not known how many advantages there were compared to the ordinary aptitude. But even so, it was not so easy to refine the supreme pure yang sword qi left by Ancestor Lu at the peak of the middle Yuanying stage. If there was no Yangchen's support of the spiritual veins and 7th metal true essence liquid at all costs, it would not be so easy to reach the Deshang stage. Even with the unsparing support of Yangchen, Sher Shanshan still had to pay a sufficient price, one of which was unimaginable pain. The seemingly small earthworm sword qi was introduced into the body of Sher Shanshan, and then began to wreak havoc in Sher Shanshan's body. Ancestor Lu's sword qi was not something that could be easily subdued. If it was as simple as a drop of blood or forcefully inserting one's soul to refine it, then it would be a little too simple. Sher Shanshan has already swallowed a 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill, and there was another one in her mouth. As soon as there was something wrong, she would swallow it immediately. Yang Qin, who was next to her, had already prepared at least hundreds of 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pills, so that Sher Shanshan could be replenished at any time. After the sword qi was guided from the scabbard into the body of Sher Shanshan, the sizzling sound did not stop. On the body of Sher Shanshan, there would be a small hole from the inside to the outside with a thin stream of blood. The medicinal effect of the 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill was extremely strong, and Sher Shanshan's current body could fully withstand such a potency. As soon as the wound appeared, it would immediately recover, and then the wound would appear in other places, and then the medicinal effect of the medicinal pill would continue to work, and the cycle would start again, as if there was no end. To Sher Shanshan, the whole process felt like she was being cut into pieces. Her beautiful body was like a broken sack that had been pierced like a sieve. She didn't know when she would fall apart. This kind of pain, Sher Shanshan, the proud girl, closed her mouth tightly, did not say a word, and silently endured. She still clearly remembered the words that Yang Qin had said to her. With your current cultivation, you don't even need to think about refining this supreme pure yang, sword qi. To make it recognize you as its master and stop attacking your body is the biggest goal this time. Yang Qin said at the time, in the process, you will suffer unprecedented pain. Believe me, it will be a more painful process than little snow being entangled by the blood demon vine. It is not an exaggeration to cut your bones into pieces. If you're not ready, then wait until you're ready. Don't force yourself. With Sher Shanshan's character, how could she shrink back at this moment? She refused Yang Chen's kindness to let her practice for a while and insisted on starting the process of recognizing her as its master. In fact, this was also a little trick of Yang Chen. For Sher Shanshan, a cold and proud cold plum fairy, provocation was always more effective than encouragement, especially when she was compared with Sun Qingxue. Of course, it was her husband Yang Chen who said this, which added fuel to the fire. What Yang Chen wanted was Sher Shanshan's indomitable momentum, which was in line with the nature of the sword qi. Sher Shanshan, who was stimulated, was more likely to be recognized by the sword qi. The physical pain made Sher Shanshan think of her husband's words more and more, and her spirit was more tenacious. Anyway, there was the constant healing of the 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill, and there was also the constant supplement of the 7th metal true essence liquid, coupled with the continuous spiritual power support of several East Sea spirit veins. Sher Shanshan did not even do the action of clenching her teeth. She just endured it. At the same time that the 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill worked, the 7th metal true essence liquid that was soaked outside Sher Shanshan's body was also rapidly absorbed by an invisible shadow, slowly decreasing, and in a short while it was reduced by half. Yang Qin has been paying attention to the changes around Sher Shanshan's body. Seeing this, he did not hesitate to immediately fill up the 7th metal true essence liquid. To be on the safe side, Yang Qin even threw a few pieces of 7th metal spirit crystals into it, and at the same time he attracted a few spirit veins on the sea map. The Dragon Palace was strong enough. Around the two people's bodies, Xiao Tian was waiting outside happily. As soon as he saw the sword qi breaking out of Sher Shanshan's body, he immediately rushed up like he saw some delicious food, opened his mouth, and the small sword qi was swallowed by him. Outside the Dragon Palace, it was another scene at the moment. Although he had refined the treasure vault of the Dragon Palace, it looked like an inconspicuous seabed stone. However, on the stone, there was an exaggerated phantom of a giant sword that was thousands of feet long, shining brightly. The seawater in the giant sword phantom has long been squeezed out by an unknown force, forming the appearance of an air giant sword. The light emitted illuminated the dark bottom of the sea that was more than 10,000 feet deep. However, no fish or shrimp dared to approach this side. The original seabed creatures here had long been cut into pieces by the moment when this giant sword phantom appeared. At the beginning, Yang Qin chose the deepest part of the sea, which was more than 10,000 feet deep. With the two Dragon Clan magic weapons, the sea-pouring Jasper Cup and the Flying Shuttle, it was easy to achieve this. Fortunately, the phantom of the giant sword did not appear on the sea. Otherwise, it would be another earth-shattering excitement. Before the beginning, Yang Qin had already cleaned up the surrounding hundreds of miles of the sea, and there was basically no existence of the sea monster race. Therefore, although the phantom of the giant sword was very exaggerated on the bottom of the sea, no powerful guy had found it. Everything was carried out in secrecy, which was also the purpose that Yang Qin wanted. Since he has the memory of his previous life, he could quietly take away the good things without disturbing anyone. Why should he make a big noise and attract a lot of greedy guys to fight for it? Yang Chen was not afraid of fighting with others. In fact, whether it was the third fire, true essence, medicine, nourishing gourd, or this time's pure yang sword chi, there were outsiders who discovered and fought for it, but they were all small scale. It was only the third fire, true essence, that was known to the world. If he could make a fortune in silence, Yang Chen would never put himself in the eye of the storm. Shi Shanshan still followed the method that Yang Chen taught herself, constantly wrapping her spiritual awareness around the pure yang sword chi, completely ignoring the pain of her body being pierced. There was only one goal in front of her, that was to let the pure yang sword chi accept herself, and everything else would be solved by Yang Chen. The second grade human immortal spiritual awareness was the key that Yang Chen felt that Shi Shanshan could control the pure yang sword chi. Chapter 1205. If someone saw this scene in front of them, they would never believe the price of collecting this pure yang sword chi. Needless to say, Shi Shanshan's physical pain, the realm of the human immortal second-grade spiritual awareness, was not something that anyone could achieve. Perhaps only the great elders of some big sect who have been retreating to guard the sect could do it. But even so, those people may not be able to successfully collect this pure yang sword chi. The fifth grade Lingji mushroom jade pill. It could almost be said to be a powerful elixir that could cure any injury before ascension, and it was used for hundreds of pills. Not to mention ordinary sect, even the pill cauldron sect, which specialized in alchemy, did not have such a big deal. Except for Yang Qin, no one in the mortal world could come up with it. Not to mention, there were at least 10 spiritual veins under Shi Shanshan's body. Each spiritual vein could almost be comparable to the spiritual veins in the 5 major sect. Even if it was the 5 major sect, it was impossible to find so many spiritual veins just for one person to use. Not to mention the 7th metal true essence liquid and the 7th metal spirit stone. The ordinary sects had a few caddies of them, and it was already a collection, and Shi Shanshan was now using it, not to mention bathing. Even if it was used to fill the swimming pool, the 7th metal true essence liquid was enough to fill dozens of swimming pools. This luxury price, if Bei Xuanyu and Lu Ziwei of the Green Jade Immortal Island knew about it, it was not known what they would think. People with this kind of money, would they look at the small sect they controlled? The forest was big, there were all kinds of birds. Sure enough, even the Green Jade Immortal Island was no exception. The reason why the 7th metal true essence liquid was used was because the last time Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue were abolished by Huqiani, Shi Shanshan soaked her body in the 7th metal true essence liquid to recover. The body has been completely transformed by the 7th metal true essence solution. At this moment, this 7th metal true essence solution, one is to cooperate with the Lingji mushroom jade pill to repair the body of Shi Shanshan. The other purpose is to more effectively contain the sword chi. Of course, if he wanted to absorb this 7th metal true essence solution, He must absorb it from the body of Shi Shanshan. This was also an important medium for the sword Qi to recognize Shi Shanshan faster. While observing the situation on Shi Shanshan's side, Yang Chen was already holding the scabbard containing the pure Yang sword Qi in his hand. For such an ancient magic treasure to be able to preserve pure Yang sword Qi for hundreds of thousands of years, it definitely had its own uniqueness. What's more, such a gunmetal magic weapon was Yang Chen's first choice to improve the quality of the immortal beheading saber. With Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base of the human immortal 9th grade, it was enough to support his multitasking. In fact, Yang Chen's experience in the mortal world, plus the years after, had been more than 100 years. His cultivation base had been stuck in the middle stage of the Yuaning stage, not because he did not cultivate, but because he had been continuously doing several things at the same time. Refining the space point of the demon continent, this has never stopped, and it has been completed by almost 30%. He believed that in another 200 years, it would be enough for Yang Chen to refine the space connection point of the demon continent. At that time, it would be integrated into the immortal beheading saber, and the immortal beheading saber would have the ability to cut through space. Of course, after refining the space point of the demon continent, there was still an entrance to the immortal beheading platform to be refined. He believed that it would take more time, but the effect after refining would also be more terrifying. Refining medicinal pills. This was the key skill that made Yang Chen famous, and Yang Chen has been continuing. The fire of the profound spirit furnace has never been extinguished. Inner sensing pill, appearance pill, these are all medicinal pills that are needed in large quantities. The questioning inner heart pill and the 100-year pill are also needed. Moreover, these medicinal pills are more difficult to refine and take more time. For such a long time, Yang Chen has barely been able to provide the reserves and daily consumption of the sect. Most importantly, Yang Chen is still constantly exploring the experience of refining various basic medicinal pills. The fire of another ordinary alchemy furnace has also not been extinguished, and it has been constantly producing various low-level medicinal pills or failed dregs, swallowing and fusing various kinds of fire seeds. This was the only way for the yin-yang heaven-burning fire to upgrade, and it has never stopped. Fire seeds below the 5th grade, there is one swallowed one, and now Yang Chen has been constantly fusing and absorbing the 5th grade fire seeds. However, after reaching the 5th grade stage, each kind of fire seed has extremely rich characteristics, and each of them is not so easy to absorb. The sun true fire and moon true fire may be the easiest. In fact, no matter which kind, the netherworld fire, Nanmingli fire, and so on, they all need to be carefully operated. Most of Yang Chen's energy is on refining the space points of the demon continent and alchemy, and the absorption of the fire seeds here is a lot slower. Daily cultivation can't be less. The daily maintenance of the magic weapon, the heavenly spirit treasure refining secret art, the earth fiend sacrificial formation secret art, the universe treasure raising secret art, the core life source magic weapon, and several magic weapons of the dragon clan. The refining of the medicine garden is done once a day. The absorption of the demonic qi on the demon bead is also ongoing, and this is not counting the time when Yang Chen seems to be reading various types of jade slips when he has nothing to do. All of this is supported by Yang Chen's spiritual awareness of the human immortal 9th grade. All those who look at Yang Chen as if he has never cultivated can imagine that Yang Chen has never stopped cultivating. Of course, because of so many reasons, Yang Chen's spiritual power cultivation base has not been growing rapidly, which is also a reasonable necessity. However, in the eyes of others, this must be because Yang Chen's cultivation base is not hard enough, which is understandable. Alchemists had never relied on their cultivation to make a name for themselves. Now there are two more things. One is to take care of Shi Shanshan, and the other is to integrate the scabbard into the immortal beheading blade after pondering the refining method of the scabbard. Speaking of which, the immortal beheading blade was originally a sword sheath, relying on the sword soul to exert its power. In essence, it was just multiple scabbards, and this scabbard complemented each other and could increase the power more. Time passed quickly, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye at the bottom of the sea. On average, Shi Shanshan has to take a 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pill every day, absorbing almost equivalent to a swimming pool of 7th metal true essence and a dozen pieces of 7th metal spirit stones. Not to mention anything else. Just the washing of the 7th metal true essence in the body was enough to make Shi Shanshan's 7th metal true essence so strong that it made people speechless. Gradually, the number of wounds on his body began to decrease. In the beginning, more than a dozen wounds would appear at the same time. Slowly, the number decreased to a few, and then one. Then, after the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, an hour, a few hours a day, 2 days. Now, a wound would only appear once every half a month. Yang Chen finally felt relieved. The sword Qi has gradually recognized Shi Shanshan in the past 2 years, and with a little more effort, it could complete the final master recognition procedure. Chapter 1206. Yang Lan's mood has been looking forward to it recently. The sex heaven and earth infinite spirit suppressing formation has long been completed, and it is slowly completing the energy injection stage. This stage will take at least 300 years. After 300 years, he would be able to enjoy the benefits of the special formation eye. The reason why he was so looking forward to it was that Yang Lan knew from Li Lihing's mouth that apart from the core elders and Li Lihing, no one else in the sect knew about this special formation eye. Of course, now he also had to add Yang Lan and Yang Lan. If Yang Lan was still doubting whether the simple improvement of cultivation could work, then the ascension of Mu Mingyuan of Chunying Palace within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense gave him the most realistic example. Even Mu Mingyuan, who had been abolished, could ascend in the day. With Yang Lan's qualifications, naturally it was needless to say. This was a shortcut that God wanted to give his brother and sister to ascend in the day. With this special formation eye, as long as they used it carefully, their cultivation would be greatly improved, and then it would not be a problem to become an elder of the sect. As long as they had the status, what could they not have? As for Yang Chen, that kid, didn't he want him to die however he wanted? No, Yang Chen has been arrogant for a long time. Not only did he have the 100-year pill, but he also heard that he had recently made a 7 emotions and 6 desires pill, which directly helped the Lord of Tantai of the Green Jade Immortal Island cross his tribulation. If he was allowed to develop like this, wouldn't it be more and more difficult to deal with in the future? Moreover, with the 100-year pill, it was simply a provocation against the special formation eye of the heaven and earth infinite spirit suppressing formation. The original unique resource of Teichman has become a chicken rib. How could it be tolerated? Even without Yang Lan doing it, as long as in the process of serving Li Lihing on a daily basis, he would lightly say a little bad things about Yang Chen. Over time, Li Lihing would hate Yang Chen to the bone. Although Li Lihing has made a heart oath not to use the special formation eye, it does not mean that no one in the sect will use it in the future. What if someone has a situation like Mu Mingyuan, letting Chunyang Palace develop more and more, and Yang Chen become more and more powerful, which is obviously not in the interest of Teichman. Intentionally or unintentionally, Li Lihing had also mentioned this to the core elders and sect masterly. Like Yang Lan's strategy, he would not bite Yang Chen, but when it was time to hit him, he would not let it go. Therefore, although the senior officials of Teichman had not made up their minds to kill Yang Chen and Chunying Palace, they did not have a good impression of Yang Chen. Everyone has never seen the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill, and the news came from the Green Jade Immortal Island. However, the people present at the time were all the core high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island. It was in vain to get specific information from their mouths. Outsiders only got bits and pieces of news from the mouths of the disciples of the Green Jade Immortal Island who were lucky enough to watch the ceremony that day. As for the effect of the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill, no one knew. Just this kind of hearsay news was enough to make people tempted. Tantai Ro's situation was clear to many people. In fact, sect master Li of Taishaman was in a similar situation. The main reason was that the sect's control consumed most of his thoughts, so he encountered an insurmountable bottleneck in his cultivation. Trapped in the peak Yuanying stage, unable to enter the Deshang stage. Not only Taishaman, but in fact many sect members were like this. As soon as they heard that the Lord of Tantai had broken through with the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill, countless people started to use their brains. Yang Chen and Shi Shanshan went out to gain experience and couldn't find anyone. Those who had a good relationship with the Green Jade Immortal Island naturally came to the Green Jade Immortal Island to ask for news. Some people could be refused by the Green Jade Immortal Island, but some people were obviously not suitable to be concealed. As a result, more news of the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill came out. The 7 emotions pill was for the Yuanying stage, and the 6 desires pill was for the Deshang stage. They were all good things that could hone the state of mind. Countless people began to look for the whereabouts of Yangqin, and the secret compasses that the Taishaman had lost in the past became the most sought-after goods. Taishaman had now learned to be clever. This unique resource could only be controlled by the sect and could not be leaked out. Regardless of whether they found Yangqin to please or to kill him, it was more beneficial to have exclusive control than to share it with others. Yangqin and Shi Shanshan did not know how much of a storm the outside world had stirred up because of the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill that he made for Shi Shanshan. Now, Shi Shanshan had reached the final moment of collecting the sword chi. There could be no mistakes, otherwise, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Shi Shanshan was really a genius, and her perception was excellent. Another thing was that she was not greedy, neither greedy for property nor greedy for time. If she could lay a good foundation, she would never do it overnight. This also made it rare for Shi Shanshan to encounter trouble in her cultivation, especially when she had Yangqin by her side. In the final step of collecting the sword chi, Shi Shanshan adopted such an attitude. She would do it slowly and surely and not be greedy. This sword chi could save Shi Shanshan at least hundreds or thousands of years of cultivation time in the future. Therefore, she had to be as cautious as she could at the beginning. Shi Shanshan knew this better than anyone else. Under Yang Chen's protection, Shi Shanshan finally succeeded in getting the recognition of the supreme pure yang, sword chi. The sword chi that had existed for tens of thousands of years stayed in Shi Shanshan's body obediently, treating Shi Shanshan as its future owner. There was no more sword chi leakage. But even so, at the very last moment, the supreme pure yang sword chi still erupted completely once more. The gigantic sword phantom outside the Dragon Palace, which was tens of thousands of feet long, went completely crazy at that moment. The sharp sword light pierced through the sky, almost splitting the sky in half. Within thousands of miles, all the living creatures felt the power that made them tremble. Countless weak, demonic beasts curled up into a ball and shivered when they felt the power of the sword light. And within this range, the magic treasures of hundreds of unknown cultivators were all shattered by the sword chi in the air, and the sound of explosions was endless. Many people were scared by this sudden illusory attack and fled far away. There were only a few cultivators who dared to stay in that area. Fortunately, the sword chi only exploded once and did not continue. After the explosion, the sword chi stayed in Shi Shanshan's body and stayed obediently. Shi Shanshan stood up, and her face was filled with an uncontrollable happy smile. Even the cold plum fairy, who was usually cold, couldn't help but be ecstatic when she got such a great benefit. Her happy expression was overflowing. "Thank you, husband." After getting up, Shi Shanshan didn't even care about her physical discomfort and threw herself into Yang Chen's arms and said emotionally. Chapter 1207. Shi Shanshan couldn't help but thank Yangqin. If there was no Yangqin, Shi Shanshan would not even have the opportunity to contact this supreme sword chi. let alone collect and refine it. Although there was still no sign of refining with the current foundation, it meant that in the future, Shi Shanshan's achievements had been more brilliant than in her previous life. Shi Shanshan wouldn't know this. She only knew that without Yang Qin, there would be no such thing. Not to mention the whereabouts of the sword Qi. Just the consumption and the process of collecting it was not something that any sect could come up with. Even the Green Jade Immortal Island, one of the 5 major sects, was no exception. Not to mention anything else, the 7th metal true essence liquid used to cultivate the sword Qi. It used at least millions of gene. If converted into spirit stones, selling the entire Green Jade Immortal Island may not be able to make up for it. This was not counting the massive spiritual power consumed in the process, and hundreds of 5th grade Lingji mushroom jade pills. The 5th grade medicinal pill, the existence of the highest grade in the mortal world. Each of them was a peerless elixir that could allow her to heal in time in the process of collecting it. Without a close relationship with Yang Qin, who could make Yang Qin use such a big deal? Compared with the huge price that Yang Qin used to collect the sword Qi, the small monthly income of the Green Jade Immortal Island was really not worth Shi Shanshan's anger. But Yang Qin, in order to vent her anger, directly brought down the core elder. How could it not make Shi Shanshan happy? Since she met Yang Qin, the little bits and pieces along the way made Shi Shanshan always fascinated. In this life, her body and mind could only be firmly controlled by this enemy, and she could no longer escape. Between us, husband and wife, is there still a need to say thank you? Yang Qin held Shi Shanshan in his arms, and he was also very happy. Shi Shanshan had found a suitable cultivation direction, and Yang Qin had settled the karma of the immortal who had left behind the sword Qi. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, Yang Qin's state of mind became more and more harmonious. After lingering for a long time, the 2 of them once again embarked on their journey back to the sect. On the other hand, Shi Shanshan didn't seem to want to leave Yang Qin's embrace for even a moment. She just stayed in Yang Qin's embrace. She didn't look the slightest bit like the cold plum fairy that was rumored to be. Once out of the sea, Yang Qin's shuttle stopped. Shi Shanshan, who was intoxicated by the warmth in Yang Qin's arms, immediately sensed something. However, Shi Shanshan was too lazy to check with her own divine sense. Anyway, her husband was here. Who could hide from the divine sense of a grade 9 human immortal? Who is it? Shi Shanshan really didn't want to be separated from Yang Qin. She curled up in Yang Qin's arms like a kitten and asked without raising her head. Tao Junkie of the Taishaman, Shi Wushuang of the Greenwood Fairy, and some miscellaneous people. Yang Qin couldn't help but reply with a wry smile. These 2 women would actually block him here, which made Yang Qin very surprised. Fortunately, the 5 Morong sisters did not appear at the same time. Otherwise, Yang Qin didn't know how to explain it to Shi Shanshan. However, it was normal to think about it. If Tao Junkie wanted to know the whereabouts of Yang Qin, it should be the easiest. With Li Lihing's divine sense, he couldn't escape the pursuit of the Taishaman. Shi Wushuang probably also got the tracing compass from the hands of the Taishaman. It was not surprising that she appeared here. Tao Junkie and Shi Wushuang did come here with the tracing compass. However, after arriving at the sea area, the compass in their hands was directly destroyed by a 5-element sword Qi, leaving no trace. Although they could no longer track the whereabouts of Yang Qin, they could be sure that Yang Qin was in this area. They rushed here more than a year ago. Of course, their purpose was to find Yang Qin and the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill. However, no matter what they tried, there seemed to be an area that no one could get close to. As soon as they got close, there would be a feeling of being scared out of their wits. No one could tell what was inside. Although the giant sword phantom was big, no one could see it clearly if they didn't get close. There were many people who appeared in this area with them, but those people were not in the same way. Everyone went their own way and did not interfere with each other. It was rare that they did not fight. There was one thing that everyone had in common. These people were all holding a tracing compass to track Yangqin. Basically, they were released by Li Liheng to take revenge on Yangqin last time. Of course, everyone's conclusion was the same. Yangqin was in this huge sea area. Unfortunately, he was only in this mountain, deep in the clouds. After wandering in this sea area for almost 2 years, when everyone's patience was almost exhausted, the sudden outbreak of sword qi directly crushed the dreams of countless people. None of the tracing compasses in their hands were left, and the sharp aura also completely shattered the last bit of luck in the hearts of many people. Seeing that the situation was not good, many people turned around and fled, not daring to stay any longer. There were less than 10 people left on the sea, and they were all famous experts. After waiting for Yangqin on the sea for 4 to 5 days, everyone finally found Yangqin's shuttle appearing from the bottom of the sea. The moment they saw the shuttle appear, Tao Junqi and Shi Wushuang even had an indescribable feeling of relief. Perhaps in their hearts there was a moment when they were still worried that Yangqin would also be injured by that sword qi. What are they doing here? Shi Shanshan asked casually and curiously. She was only focused on cultivation and didn't pay attention to some troublesome things like fighting for power and profit. But it didn't mean that she didn't understand. She immediately guessed the answer. They want the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill. The sect behind them. Yangqin said with a bitter smile, "It doesn't matter if it's appropriate to rope in and make friends with other sect." As soon as Shi Shanshan opened her mouth, Yangqin was shocked. "However, you can't let Tao Junqi of Taishimen succeed. At worst, you can eat everything and pretend to be polite. You can't let Taishimen get any substantial benefits." Yangqin seemed to not know Shi Shanshan and looked at his wife, who was most concerned about cultivation. Since when did Shi Shanshan have such thoughts? Is this still the cold plum fairy in my heart? I'm just too lazy to use these brains. It's not that I don't understand. Shi Shanshan didn't have to look to know Yangqin's current expression. This kind of intrigue, even if she was too lazy to pay attention to it before. But when she was in the mortal world, she listened to the stories told by those palace servants for decades. Even if she didn't understand it, she became an expert after decades. Eat everything and not recognize people? Yangqin couldn't help but shake his head. You said it easily. If I treat you like this, can you give up? Can the Green Jade Immortal Island give up? Or do you think that Taishimen are easier to deceive than the Green Jade Immortal Island? Then let them all be loyal to you. Shi Shanshan didn't care too much. She just continued to say, I know. You must have arranged the direction of cultivation for Sister Gao and Aling. We will not be able to take care of you for a long time. Let them serve you for us during this time. Chapter 1208. Shi Shanshan's words made Yangqin shake his head for a while. Are you kidding me? I can't avoid it. Last time I accidentally left a lot of trouble for myself. Now I don't know how to solve it. How can I keep them around me? Isn't it messy enough? However, people are already around, and they obviously know the whereabouts of Yangqin. If you don't say hello, it is still a bit rude after all. So Yangqin took Shi Shanshan's little hand, put away the shuttle, and appeared in front of Tao Junqi and Shi Wushuang. The intimate situation of the two holding hands was seen in the eyes of Tao Junqi and Shi Wushuang. After all, it made the two women a little uncomfortable. But Shi Shanshan was Yangqin's wife. No matter how intimate they were, others couldn't say anything. The cultivators did not put the secular etiquette in their eyes. Greetings to the two fairies. Yangqin saluted Tao Junqi and Shi Wushuang. After all, he was a man, and it was polite to greet each other with courtesy. Yangqin just saluted, and the faces of the 4 people present changed at the same time. Hundreds of 10th water divine thunder suddenly appeared around everyone, and it looked like it was about to explode in an instant. With a move of his mind, the golden bell appeared outside Yangqin's body and was about to block all these attacks. Suddenly, he found that Shi Shanshan beside him had already made a move. Don't! Yang Qin only had time to shout the sentence, and the sword qi in Shi Shanshan's body came out and instantly cut all the 10th water divine thunder that appeared in half. Even if the 10th water divine thunder had reached the verge of eruption, there was still no way to escape the fate of being cut. Supreme pure yang, sword qi in the mortal world, was almost invincible, not to mention the 10th water divine thunder. Even if it was 10 times more powerful, it would be difficult to escape the sword. The threat of the 10th water divine thunder had disappeared, but new troubles followed. Supreme pure yang sword qi. Shi Shanshan just collected it, and she didn't even start to refine it, so she couldn't control it freely. Just because she has been fighting against the sword qi in the past few years, she subconsciously released it when she encountered danger, but the fatal problem was that she couldn't collect it. Yang Qin almost instantly realized that it was not good. He hurriedly flashed and appeared in front of Tao Junki and Shi Wushuang. The golden bell was opened to the maximum, and even the immortal beheading blade was taken out, blocking in front of himself and the two women. In the distance, there were more than a dozen screams before they died, and the screams were full of unwillingness. Yang Qin knew that those were definitely the guys who had been wandering around and had not dispersed, waiting to plot against them. These guys, no one will care if they die. The trouble was that the two women behind Yang Qin, Fairy Junki of the Greatest Heaven sect and Fairy Qing Mu of the Qinquan sect, also made a painful cry. Fortunately, Yang Qin had already absorbed the scabbard into the immortal beheading blade, so the immortal beheading blade that was taken out in a hurry still blocked most of the sword qi. Fortunately, Yang Qin had already absorbed the scabbard into the immortal beheading blade, so the immortal beheading blade that was taken out in a hurry still blocked most of the sword qi. However, the remaining part of the sword qi still broke through the blockage of the immortal beheading blade. Two subtle sword qi directly broke through the dragon shadow defense on Yang Qin's golden bell, passed through Yang Qin's body, and directly entered the bodies of the two women. At this moment, Yang Qin didn't even feel the pain in his body. Tao, Junki, and Shi Wushuang could die in anyone's hands, but not in the hands of Shi Shanshan. Although Yang Qin always wanted to ruin the reputation of the Taishamen and let the four major sect join forces to attack, it was obviously not the time. Shi Shanshan made a move first. If something happened, it would also be a fatal trouble for Shi Shanshan. Things happened too fast. Although Tao Junki and Shi Wushuang had already made a defensive posture and summoned their protective magic weapons in time, in the face of the supreme pure Yang sword qi, even if the power of the sword qi had been offset by Yang Qin, they still couldn't resist it. The protective magic weapons of the two women were shattered, and the sword qi directly passed through the bodies of the two women. The two women were lifted high and fell heavily. Yang Qin's movements were fast enough, but he only had time to catch the bodies of the two women. Immediately, Yang Qin took out 2 5th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pills and put them into the mouths of the two women. The two women's injuries were not too serious, and it was not fatal. They still retained their consciousness and swallowed the pills obediently. No one said anything. At this time, Yang Qin discovered the injuries on his body and also took a 5th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill. Seeing that although the two women were injured, they were still in good spirits, he was relieved. Shi Shanshan finally took back the sword qi, but after this, she no longer dared to use it casually. The pure yang sword qi could be released but not withdrawn, and it could not distinguish between friend and foe. It seemed that she could only work hard to refine a part of it before she could use it again. Seeing that Yang Qin was injured, the cold plum fairy was also very anxious. She patiently waited for the sword qi to be withdrawn, and then came to Yang Qin's side. Looking at the sword wound on Yang Qin's body, she couldn't help but have some resentment towards Tao Junki and Shi Wushuang. Shi Shanshan, of course, knew that Yang Qin had refined the scabbard. If he was alone, the sword qi could not hurt Yang Qin at all. It was because he had to protect the two of them that Yang Qin was injured. Therefore, For Tao Junki and Shi Wushuang, these two women, Shi Shanshan no longer had the previous good impression. However, in the hearts of Tao Junki and Shi Wushuang, the current situation could not be better. Shi Shanshan hurt the two of them, no matter for what reason. It would always make Yang Qin feel guilty, which would give them the opportunity to get closer to Yang Qin. However, for the strength of Shi Shanshan's sword qi, the two women were shocked. When the sword qi came, the two women could not resist at all. At that moment, even Tao Junki in the late Deshang stage had to admit that she was not the opponent of Shi Shanshan. As for Shi Wushuang, who had the same cultivation base as Shi Shanshan, there was a feeling that it was difficult to catch up. Shi Shanshan was only in the middle Yuanying stage and was close to the late Yuanying stage. Even if she broke through, she would only be in the late Yuanying stage. There was a big realm difference with Tao Junki, but it could make her feel this kind of unmatched feeling. Even Tao Junki could not help but feel fear. Fairy Qing Mu originally thought that everyone was about the same, but now she discovered that she had been unconsciously left so far behind by Shi Shanshan. Although the original Winter Plum Fairy was famous, it wasn't as shocking as now. Everything seemed to have changed after she had a relationship with Yang Qin. If Tao Junki and Shi Wushuang had to deal with Yang Qin because of the sect, then now seeing the performance of Shi Shanshan, the two women coincidentally had another idea. It seemed that cultivating with Yang Qin was not something unacceptable. Chapter 1209. The small episode did not change the itinerary of Yang Qin and Shi Shanshan. But when they left, the two of them had a few more Qiankuan bags from those who planned to plot against them. In Yang Chen's shuttle, there were two more beauties, Tao Junki and Shi Wushuang. Those people's calculations were exquisite. Yang Chen and the Cold Plum Fairy appeared next to the Taishiman Fairy Junki and the Qiankuan sect Fairy Qing Mu. If Yang Chen was killed together with the three fairies, it would inevitably cause chaos in Taishiman, Green Jade Immortal Island, Qiankuan sect, and Chunying Palace. Then they could calmly take the things they got from Yang Qin, and no one could find them. Hundreds of 10th water divine thunder, or the 10th water divine thunder with added materials, were enough to send 4 masters of the Deshang stage to hell. But what these guys never thought was that Shi Shanshan was so terrifying. With a sword qi, she cut hundreds of 10th water divine thunder into 2 halves, and even they themselves could not withstand the power of the sword. The emergence of the 100-year pill made Yang Qin now like the sun in the sky. The greater Yang Chen's reputation was, the more protection it brought to him, but it also attracted more people to covet him. Chunying Palace was not a sect that was good at alchemy, but there was a 5th-grade alchemist master, which was strange. Countless people were digging the secret of how Yang Qin became a 5th-grade alchemist master. Countless speculations pointed in one direction. That was, Yang Qin did not learn this from the sect, but from another source. This source was obviously carried on his body for safekeeping. As long as Yang Qin was killed, there would be no need to worry about getting good things. This batch of people was not the first batch, and it would never be the last batch. As long as Yang Qin still had a heart-stirring reputation, there would be no shortage of such people. It was just that the people who would do it in the future would be more and more difficult to deal with and more powerful. After this time, Shi Shanshan no longer dared to use the pure yang sword qi casually. In the following days, he just had to constantly refine this sword qi. Yang Chen said that he would no longer interfere with the cultivation direction of Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue. But the last time he interfered with them was so that they wouldn't have to think about anything else for 1,000 years or even longer. Yang Qin still sent Shi Shanshan back to the Green Jade Immortal Island. Although following Yang Chen's side could make Shi Shanshan happier, the Green Jade Immortal Island was, after all, Shi Shanshan's route. Island Lord, Elderman, Shanshan can't easily fight with others this time. After sending Shi Shanshan back, Yang Chen directly brought Shi Shanshan to meet the Lord of Tantai and Elder Min Huafeng. He solemnly explained Sher Shanshan's current condition. For the green jade Immortal Island, Yang Chen did not intend to let Sher Shanshan conceal the matter of the sword qi. Except for the origin, everything else was revealed. Hearing that even Fairy Jun Qi and Fairy Qing Mu couldn't block a blow from Sher Shanshan, the people of the Green Jade Immortal Island were surprised and happy, but they couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. The reason why Yang Chen warned like this was naturally because of the last time. Sher Shanshan didn't want to do it, but the sect wanted to know the effect of her experience. Under the arrangement of the people headed by Elder Bei Shuangyu, she competed with the masters of the sect. If it wasn't for Elder Min's early action, maybe Sher Shanshan would have already caused a big disaster. Even so, Sher Shanshan did not escape being calculated after the event. The current situation was different from that time. Once they started, it would be a life and death situation. Sher Shanshan couldn't control the sword qi freely at all. She could send it out, but couldn't take it back. If Sher Shanshan was angry, there was only a dead end, and there was no other way. At this point, Yang Chen said very clearly, even if it was a great elder, he should not try it at will. In addition to the embarrassment, the core high-level members of the Green Jade Immortal Island were also surprised and happy. Sher Shanshan had great benefits, and the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires pill was definitely indispensable to the Green Jade Immortal Island. However, the specific price had to be specifically discussed. These had to wait for Yang Chen to return to Chunyang Palace. It was impossible for the Green Jade Immortal Island to bypass Chunyang Palace and directly discuss with Yang Chen. After settling Sher Shanshan, Yang Chen could only return to Chunyang Palace with Tao Junki and Sher Wushuang. The 2 women were able to have this opportunity to further contact with Yang Chen, and they both cherished it very much. The injury has long been healed under the treatment of the 5th grade Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill. On the basis of appropriate intimacy, the 2 women also behaved very appropriately, which made Yang Chen feel very good. And they did not use this to force Yang Chen to give any answer. They just enjoyed the feeling of being with Yang Chen. What surprised Yang Chen was that when he returned to Chunyang Palace, one of the Morong sisters of the 5 Elements sect had been waiting for a long time in Chunyang Palace. She did not directly find Yang Chen with the tracking compass like Tao Junki and Sher Wushuang, but waited in Chunyang Palace. Anyway, Yang Chen would always come back, wouldn't he? The beauties of the 3 major sect gave Yang Chen a headache. After temporarily settling the 3 women, Yang Chen first met his master and ancestor, and then met the high-level members of the sect. What is the matter with the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires pill? The high-level members of Chunyang Palace had been waiting anxiously for a long time. When Yang Chen came back to meet them, they immediately asked anxiously. After Yang Chen told them about the Green Jade Immortal Island, the head of the palace understood the cause of the matter, and they also had a better understanding of the 7 Emotions and 6 Desires pill. So, this 7 Emotions pill is also suitable for me? In the past few hundred years, the head of the palace had also reached the peak yuanying stage. When he heard that the Lord of Tantai used the 7 Emotions pill to cross the tribulation, the head of the palace couldn't help but be tempted. Indeed, Yang Chen replied with a smile, this disciple didn't have much confidence before, but the Lord of Tantai helped to test the effect. So this disciple can be sure. You are so bold. You dare to let the Lord of Tantai try the medicine? When everyone heard that Yang Chen actually let the Lord of Tantai of the Green Jade Immortal Island try the medicine, they couldn't help but worry secretly. At the same time, their dissatisfaction with Yang Chen for letting outsiders know about this precious medicinal pill was also thrown out of the window. The effect is definitely there, but I don't know how good it is. Yang Chen was not worried at all, and replied with a smile, there won't be any big problems. Yang Chen said it easily, but everyone knew the danger, and they couldn't help but have a cold sweat for the audacity of their own disciple. In order to vent for his wife, he took out this kind of heaven-defying medicinal pill and also brought down a core elder of the Green Jade Immortal Island plus an ordinary elder. His ability to cause trouble was not ordinary. How are you going to arrange this medicinal pill? Everyone was happy, and they all understood that Chunyang Palace had another big weapon in their hands. With this 7 emotions and 6 desires pill, in the future, Chunyang Palace would have more and more power. The raw materials are not easy to collect, so we can only supply them in small amounts. Yang Qin thought about it and replied, "It's still the old rules. First give enough benefits to the sect, and then let them talk to the disciple." Chapter 12:10. The purpose of the 3 beauties of the 3 major sects waiting for Yang Qin here, without asking, was definitely for the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill. From the Lord of Tantai, countless sect masters saw the hope of improving their own cultivation. Who would easily miss it? Not only the 5 major sects, but many people from other sects had already greeted Chunyang Palace, waiting for Yang Qin to come back and offer a price. Many representatives of the sects were not qualified to see Yang Qin for the first time and could only wait honestly. During this time, there were a lot of people who came to Chunyang Palace. Although Chunyang Palace had been very lively before, it still couldn't catch up with this time. All the guest rooms in the Pure Yang Palace were full, and even they couldn't live in them. Many visitors were arranged in the market. Countless rogue cultivators gathered at Meiqing Mountain. Everyone's goal was almost the same, all to ask for pills. The medicinal pills that Yang Qin had launched in recent years, no matter what kind of medicinal pills it was, the questioning inner heart pill, the 2nd grade inner sensing pill, the 100 years pill, the appearance pill, plus the recently launched 7 emotions and 6 desires pill. Each of them was a good thing that made people scramble for it. For those cultivators who were not supported by the major sects, any one of them could only be obtained by chance. After almost 200 or 300 years of research, the 2nd grade inner sensing pill was finally refined by the masters of Danding sect, and Chunyang Palace was no longer the only one. However, the rest were still unique to Yang Qin. The questioning inner heart pill and the 100 years pill. Even if the 5 major sects and Danding sect had the pill recipe, they could not refine it. The difficulty of refining the questioning inner heart pill was still too high, and there were no raw materials for refining the 100 years pill at all. The appearance pill was a secret that Yang Qin had exclusively mastered, and it had never been leaked. No matter who asked, it had never been leaked. This was one of the guarantees for Wanbao Tower to make a fortune. Yang Qin would not give it away easily. The last one left was the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill. Everyone had only heard of the reputation of this magical medicinal pill. There was only one person who had really used it, and that was the Lord of Tantai of the Green Jade Immortal Island. The effect was very outstanding. Almost immediately after taking the medicine, it was a first-class supreme elixir. From the establishment of the Mountain Gate to the present, Chunyang Palace had never had such a scene. Several core executives, including the head of the palace, had been smiling from ear to ear since Yang Qin came back. The great wish of their ancestors was about to be realized in their hands. How could these elders not be overjoyed? However, Fairy Junkie and Fairy Qing Mu came back with Yang Qin, and one of the Murong sisters was still waiting for Yang Qin in Chunyang Palace. In particular, they were directly settled in the small courtyard where Yang Qin lived. This situation was seen by many people, and there were many ambiguous rumors. Originally, there was an uproar some time ago. 3 sects came to propose marriage and were rejected by Chunyang Palace. But at that time, because Yang Qin did not deal with it cleanly, there had been various rumors. Now, Yang Qin came back directly with 2 women, and one was still waiting at home. What did this mean? Yang Qin sometimes really wanted to slap himself in the face a few times. Why did he say those words that made him regret it so much at that time? Sure enough, if you don't make a decision, you will be in trouble. The 3 women had probably heard a lot of such statements, so they did not care about it. On the contrary, they were happy to see it. It was just hard for Yang Qin. It was not appropriate to refute the rumors. But if he did not refute the rumors, he would be labeled as a lecherous person for no reason, which was really embarrassing. Many small sects were envious of the 5 major sects. After all, they were powerful. Even if they ignored the genius Yang Qin at the beginning, they could always use many things to make up for it later. Even if they had to pay a few of their own talented and beautiful disciples, they still achieved their goal in the end. On the contrary, they could not force the marriage proposal like the 5 major sect. Chunyang Palace also directly rejected the marriage proposal, so they could only wait in line to ask for elixir pills. Gao Yu and Gong Sunling also returned to Chunyang Palace. Of course, they also heard a lot of rumors, but they had absolute confidence in their husband. No matter how the rumors outside were, they all responded with a smile, and there was no sign of jealousy. This scene fell into the eyes of others. Naturally, it was Yang Chen's way of treating his wife. The flowers inside and outside the wall were full of fragrance. Especially all of them were unparalleled fairies, which always made people envious. Compared with Yang Chen's anxiety, Tao Junki and Shi Wushuang's side was in a hurry to send some news. They had been staying on Yang Chen's shuttle before, and when they arrived at the Green Jade Immortal Island, they did not find a chance. Now they finally had the opportunity to avoid Yang Chen and passed back what they knew to the sect. They didn't know what kind of adventure Shi Shanshan had, but she could kill more than a dozen masters of the Deshang stage in one move. These things all happened in front of them. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's quick protection, maybe the 2 of them would have been killed. The Cold Plum Fairy was only in the middle and late Yuanying stage. It was absolutely beyond everyone's expectations that she could have such a combat power. In particular, in the past 2 years, the news that the Green Jade Immortal Island's Elder Bei, Xuanyu, had been in seclusion for a long time, coupled with the news that Shi Shanshan had been suppressed before. There must be something wrong with this. Everything was inseparable from Yang Chen. In particular, the reason why Shi Shanshan could kill more than a dozen masters of the Deshang stage was what the major sect wanted to know. This could even be compared to the pill recipe in Yang Chen's hands. The 7 emotions and 6 desires pill contains the aura of the Yin fire tribulation and the wind tribulation. It is not easy to collect, and there are not many on hand. Yang Chen didn't know these things. The 7 emotions and 6 desires pill was really too lazy to bid himself. He could only gather the representatives of several sects, mainly the representatives of the 5 major sects and the Pill Cauldron sect, and then expressed his attitude. Each sect has 3 7 emotions and 6 desires pill, no more. In the future, I have to find a way to find a master of tribulation to collect the aura of the tribulation. Everyone discuss it. You see what price is appropriate. Unexpectedly, Tao Junki, Shi Wushuang, and Morong were not the representatives of their respective sect. The sect representative was another person, which made Yang Chen very surprised. Grandmaster Yang, are you willing to sell the pill recipe of the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill? The representative of the Pill Cauldron sect wanted to know the pill recipe most and asked first. In fact, this was what other sect wanted to know. Of course, as long as the price is enough. However, do you still have a 7th grade fire seed in your hands? Yang Chen's pill recipe has always been calculated by the 7th grade fire seed. Even if the fire seed is not enough, it must be compensated with something that is equivalent to the value of the 7th grade fire seed. In this way, everyone was not surprised, but Yang Chen's next sentence made many people hesitate. The raw materials need the aura of the Yin fire tribulation and the wind tribulation. How to collect the aura of the tribulation is not within the scope of the pill recipe. The implication was that this was Yang Chen's exclusive secret recipe, and it would not be leaked. Chapter 1211. Since Yang Chen said this, everyone could be sure that this 7 emotions and 6 desires pill could definitely be refined by the level of a 3rd or 4th grade alchemist master. However, if there are no materials, the great principal golden immortal can't refine it. How to collect the aura of the tribulation made many people smile bitterly. In the mortal world, when everyone talks about the tribulation, they are very cautious and they can't wait to deal with it with 120% of their spirit. Everyone who has crossed the tribulation, who is not trembling and afraid of failing the tribulation, who would think that they could collect some of the tribulation aura from the tribulation and use it for alchemy. Yang Chen not only thought of this, but also did this, which could only show that Yang Chen's ideas were indeed unique. The name of a 5th-grade alchemist master was worthy of its name. No one else had ever thought of this. This was the gap. In this way, the alchemy technique should not be the most important, but the materials. For a time, everyone began to hesitate whether they really wanted to buy this pill recipe. After all, even if there was a pill recipe, there was no way to collect the aura of the tribulation. Master Yang, are you willing to sell this method of collecting the aura of the tribulation? Someone asked immediately. Yang Chen was famous for selling everything, but the price was expensive. It was not surprising that some people were interested. The price tag is very high. Yang Chen replied without hesitation. At the same time, he did not hesitate to give the other party some more information. Even if there is a way, you still have to risk your life to enter the scope of the tribulation. Are you sure you want to buy it? When they heard that they had to enter the range of the tribulation, many people thought about it. Although the 7 emotions and 6 desires pill was good, it was not worth mentioning compared to life. Who would be willing to enter the range of others' tribulation? First, it would increase the difficulty of others' tribulation. Second, they had to experience the threat of the tribulation themselves. Only a fool would do this kind of thing where the cost was greater than the benefit. How did the master remain safe and sound in the range of the tribulation? Among the cultivators, there were almost no fools. Immediately, someone figured out the key to the problem and asked aloud. There are actually many ways. In short, as long as your cultivation is enough. Yang Chen was still not unhappy and replied directly. In fact, as long as the person who is crossing the tribulation agrees, a master of the Deshang stage can easily enter the scope of the Yin fire tribulation, isn't it? This principle was very simple, and almost everyone could think of it. However, everyone's mind was obviously not on the Yin fire tribulation, but on the higher level wind tribulation. Everyone stared at Yang Chen, waiting for Yang Chen to give a specific answer. Even if it wasn't that specific, it was good to have a direction. As for the black wind tribulation, it's the same principle. If one's cultivation surpasses the standard of ascension, one will naturally be safe and sound. I'm sure everyone understands this. He was facing the representatives of the 5 great sects and the Pill Cauldron School. Presumably, they all knew about the existence of the Grand Supreme Elder, so it was understandable. However, it was hard to say for a small sect. It was simply unimaginable for them to believe that there were experts who had transcended the tribulation transcendence in the mortal world. As for my own method, Yang Chen sold a little bit of suspense, but it attracted a group of sect representatives, although they did not see the real 6 desires pill. Since Yang Chen said that he could provide 3, it meant that there must be. Yang Chen's cultivation had not reached the level of the Grand Supreme Elder. How to collect the aura of the tribulation was naturally the focus of people's attention. If I don't interfere with the person who is crossing the tribulation, it will not increase the difficulty of crossing the tribulation. Of course, I will not be hurt myself. After Yang Chen first explained the characteristics of his method, a group of people were like hungry wolves staring at fresh meat. He said slowly, "It's very expensive." How expensive? Although the Pill Cauldron School did not have 2 powerful masters, they have always been rich. As long as it was something that could be offered, they were not afraid. Speaking of the money earned from the elixirs, 10 Yang Chens could not compare to the accumulation of the Pill Cauldron School for tens of thousands of years, or even longer. It's so expensive that you want me to say more nonsense. Otherwise, you will feel pain. Yang Chen showed a rare sense of humor, but it also indirectly showed how expensive this method was. Although he did not give a specific price, everyone already had an idea in their hearts. Yang Qin had now understood the style of some big sect. Even if he could not do some good things for the time being, he must have the method in his hands. Maybe in the future, an outstanding disciple could do it. Therefore, if they could buy the elixir recipe, they would definitely buy it. This was a strategic reserve, which was on a completely different level from the small sect's method of training masters first. Of course, Yang Chen would not refuse the benefits that were delivered to his doorstep. Therefore, the group of representatives of the big sect began to bargain with Yang Qin in front of Yang Qin. The 7 emotions pill was simple, 1 gene of the best quality spirit stone without any additional price. The 6 desires pill was much higher, not to mention 10 gene of the best quality spirit stone. Each sect also had to send a book of the alchemy experience of the sect's predecessors. Of course, this was the price for the 5 major sects plus the pill cauldron school. The rest, except for the Chunying Palace, would be kept for their own use, and the rest would be auctioned at the Wanbao Tower according to these prices. He believed that many people would be very interested in this. Yang Chen's asking price for the elixir recipe was not high, a 7th grade fire seed plus some refining materials. However, it was specifically specified that it was a 7th grade pure Yin True Fire. If there was pure Yin True Fire, it could be traded directly without additional payment of various materials. So far, Yang Qin has not yet obtained pure Yin True Fire. In the future, the longevity pill would also need pure Yang True Fire and pure Yin True Fire to refine. This was to prepare for a rainy day. The representatives of the major sect have not yet given Yang Qin a reply on the method of collecting the tribulation aura. Yang Chen's asking price was too high. It was 10 kinds of 7th grade fire seeds, or equivalent items. This price tag was enough to make any sect retreat. After sending away the representatives of the major sect, Yang Qin was finally able to be quiet. What surprised him was that Tao Junki, Shi Wushuang, and Murong did not leave, but continued to stay in the Pure Yang Palace. It was very embarrassing for Yang Qin to leave and not to leave, since the 7 emotions pill has been verified by the Lord of Tantai. Naturally, it was also indispensable for the palace master and another elder who was about to break through. After Yang Qin solved the price tag with the major sect, they each took the elixir and retreated. Yang Chen's master, Wang Yong, guarded the 2 of them. Yang Qin and Gao Yugong Sunling had not seen each other for a long time. The 2 women had been busy with the task of the sect. They reunited with Yang Qin after a long time, and it was a joy. Yang Qin did not say anything and took the 2 women to retreat. The highest mystery Yin Yang Heart Sutra double cultivation. It was absolutely necessary to improve the spiritual awareness of the 2 women first. Just as everyone was cultivating, and Chunyang Palace seemed to be normal, a sudden change occurred. A powerful force, like thunder, madly carried out a destructive attack on the Pure Yang Palace.